Okay, okay. Something is definitely up. Something is definitely up. I'm very late, boys and girls. I know, I'm very late. I apologise. I'm sorry. Many sorries, all the sorries. Welcome in though, how we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It might as well be good evening at this point. I'm that late. There is definitely something going on. How dare you? We've been waiting. I think we're all waiting in a roundabout fashion. I think we are all waiting. Today is likely to be the day we find out what the hell was going on in London. And my suspicion is at some point today, NDAs will lift and the world will know. Why aren't you in Alpha, damn it? I'm not one of the chosen ones. So I, like many of you guys, are probably eagerly waiting some news and some information. I wish I was the one to provide it to you, but I am not. So we are going to... My suspicion... What time is 9 a.m. Eastern Time? Maybe 11 a.m. Eastern Time would be a prime time for NDAs to lift. Got my doggo content for this week. Nat Pagel's a thing, right? Nat Pagel's a thing, I believe. That's a good thing. We should check what the situation is. Let me whoa. Let me get back to. Well, I'll just half to Valdraken, it's easier. Let's see what the situation is. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. It's currently 2:40 a.m. Well, I suspect later on today that they'll the WoW category, for example, it's so funny. If you look on Twitch, the WoW category. Oh, that's that cheese wish list. If you look on Twitch right now in the WoW category, shush, World of Warcraft. Right, if I full screen this, right, so you see the top 10. Let's get my follow list out of the way. The top 10 here, right? The second most viewed channel currently live in the World of Warcraft category is that stupid flipping channel that's just streaming Family Guy 24 hours a day. Oh dear. It's a touch quiet. There's not much going on. Heck, even I could probably push into the top 20. Lord have mercy. Now, I know obviously this is not prime time, but this is not exactly prime time by any standards, but when the second most viewed channel is a flipping copyright haven, ridiculous, right? Actually ridiculous. What is NDA lift? NDA stands for non-disclosure agreement. If I was to tell you, I would have to kill you. He's not wrong. I'd rather watch Family Guy than many WoW streamers. It's ridiculous, right? It's a bit quiet. It's a touch quiet, especially considering it's reset day as well. Let's not forget that. It's reset day, and so under normal circumstances, reset day draws in a bigger audience than normal. It's crazy. This is why I always stream on a Wednesday. I do my absolute best to never miss a Wednesday. I've missed a few Wednesdays, but I try pretty much to stick close to it. How close am I to the good boy? Closer, but still not close enough. Closer, but not close enough. I have... I think the world quest for Nat Pagel is up today. Why the hell is my Vault twitching at me? Why is my Vault twitching at me? I don't do anything that constitutes a Vault. Why are you twitching at me? Oh, because I ran a dungeon at some point. Alright, sure. Right, sure. Has Blizzard finally hired you to build the profession? I should clarify. I am not under any NDA. I am not under any NDA. I have full disclosure rights.
Is that your wallet?
I can only tell you what I know. Fortunately, that is nothing. I know nothing. I learn English from a book. I know nothing. Only a person with an NDA would say they're not under NDA. Only a bot would say they're not a bot. True. Cannot comment on pending litigation. Any lawyers in the building? Jack, my man, thank you very much for the 19. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's talk Alpha. What are we going to see today? Well, clearly this evening will be interesting. There'll be people hopping on. I would suspect it's probably likely to only be the first zone or one of the zones. Would be my guess. I would imagine you'll probably be able to dive in and play test one of the zones. There'll be some systems and stuff. I reckon delves might be something that they hold back on straight away, early days, because they're going to want, everybody is itching to find out what the crack is with delves, and I suspect they will want to make double sure that the first people see of it is that it's in a good state. So that might not strictly be week 1 alpha sort of stuff, but we'll have to find out. Warbands would be a cool one to get some info on. I suspect warbands might be something we see quite early due to a lot of the warband tech, I imagine, is going to go live, if not in its entirety, in the pre-patch. So that's something that's kind of, quite high on the list of to-dos, really, as it's easily one of the first things that we'll get our hands on for the new expansion. Last night, Blizzard announced a healer nerf for Season 4. Check WoWHUD comments if you wish. People are going bonkers. Healers, man. Poor healers. Healers have had a bad time in Dragonflight, I hear. I hear they've had... I am not a healer myself. Never have been. Probably never will be. It's not my playstyle. But I've heard healers are have had a rocky time. Rocky time this expansion. Nat Pagel is on my list. Nat Pagel is on the list. We can get Legendary Album finished today. In fact, not even today. We can get Legendary Album finished right now. If I can find out where the hell Nat Pagel resides. He is in Iron Plains. Which one's it going to be? This one? Ride the Cataloger's Raft. That's the one. It's got to be that one, right? It's got to be that one. Alpha today. If I was to put money on it, I would say yes. I am not flush for cash, though, so I'm not placing any bets. It's my wife's birthday today. This is why I'm a touch late to the party today. She's not even here. My wife is on a business trip. She's in flipping Sweden. She gets back later today. But I thought it was probably about time to make sure that I, prepared some birthday fun. So when she gets home tonight, she doesn't have to worry about things. Typical man fashion, leave it to the last minute, So I got that sorted this morning. That's why I'm a touch late. And the flight back from London was delayed. Oh, no, unfortunately not. My flight back from London that went via Dubai. Alpha today, probably yes. Alpha today for Manthe, probably no. That is the case, unfortunately. Right, where is Mr. Pagel? We need Mr. Pagel. Don't take random pictures, because the worst thing I could possibly do is accidentally complete the world quest before finding Mr. Pagel. So the first photo we take will get us the achievement. I think this achievement also might give me a mount. Not this achievement itself, but the... Oh, there's Taiwan. Well, we've got to take a photo of the good boy, haven't we? Got to take a photo of the good boy. You will be mine, fella. You will be mine. He's on the bridge, far down, left. He's on the bridge at the end, okay. Well, let's casually... There he is! There he is! Boom! Legendary album. Wake Me Up. Bestowed Anuna Spotter. Yes, yes. Howdy, Mr. Pagel. Can we... Okay, we only got 40%. Let's go again. Let's go again. I mean, I don't technically need to actually complete the world quest now, but I can't leave a world quest on 40%. That's just, that's illegal. Horse-sized duck. Damn, you huge. Boom, there we go. Wonderful. Okay, that's good progress. That is mount number 475. That's what she said. It's huge. Where do you suspect I put that? Okay. Where else? Army of Fed, taking from nature, fishing hole. Is it fishing hole week? Please be fishing hole week. Please be fishing hole week. It's not fishing hole week. It's not the right fishing hole, Blizzard. Okay, well, not this week then. That was probably the one thing that was holding me back more than anything else. Where is the fishing hole? The Ruby Life Pools one is always there. Oh, Burning Ascent fishing hole. Boo. Boo. Wonder if the London attendees got given the boxed collector's edition. That'd be interesting, actually. I saw on Twitter this morning, Law tweeted out that he was wondering, let me see if I can find the tweet. Law was tweeting out, oh, I can't just search for Law on Twitter, apparently. I don't know where it was gone. Apparently, whoever the countdown on the Blizzard store. There's a countdown on the Blizzard store, isn't there, for the collector's edition thing? I probably can't view it from here. Hang on. So there's a countdown here. Oh, that's interesting. You can buy it in 7 minutes. This countdown is apparently tagged to your system clock. So if you change your system clock, this timer changes. That's not how timers work, Blizzard. That's not how timers work. If you're doing a countdown to something, it should be hard-coded to a physical time, not your system clock. Two hours, 7 minutes for me. You could be the first, keep it active. This is why different people have different times, which is so stupid. I will not be purchasing said collector's edition, though. Is this it? Is this the one? They're still selling Dragonflight ones? Really? You can still buy a Dragonflight collector's edition for cheaps. For cheaps. Now, there's a significant difference here. If I could use Blizzard Balance, no problem. But if I actually wanted to use cash monies, have to use cash monies, nah. Oh, it is the German version. Oh. Nothing personally against the Germans, but I didn't realise it's the German version. The Art of Dragonflight hardback book in German. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a shitter if you get the book and it's all in German and you don't understand German, yeah. Das is a shame. You'll want the Finnish version? Does it say made in China? It does actually say made in China. Well, the new one will be up in apparently a handful of minutes, 4 minutes. For me, at least, anyway. But yeah, everybody has a different time for that. So whoever coded that timer did a terrible job. Where else can we go with this though now? As I know categorically we can't get this one done. I guess I need to make sure I do my daycare stuff and the siege. Is that indicating that the siege is on in 4 minutes, or is that the siege has 4 minutes left until it ends? I'm going to head over to the siege. 4 minutes until the start. In that case then, let's mosey on over here. I need to feed some beef snacks to the big frog. And I keep missing the beginning of the event, so... What's special about the collector's edition? Never seen it before. Well, not a lot really. It's you could argue that it's a fancy box and you get a few bits of merch in it. Really, to my understanding, you don't even get a copy of the game anymore. Mouse mat, pin, badges, yeah. Few little trinkets. Like most things of that nature, there's lots of people that buy it and then keep it sealed and never open it. in the weird hope that it might increase in value one day. That logic has played true historically. Like the really old school vanilla Burning Crusade, probably Wrath of the Lich King collector's editions, new sealed ones are probably worth quite some money. But, you know, the definition of value. One man's trash is another man's, you know, golden box. Right, so this is going to get going in a couple of minutes. Then we can get some progress on this. Is it possible to get... I probably can't feed him that many snacks in one go, can I? I could almost do with being on a dead realm for this. Is there anybody that's on an absolutely dead realm that can maybe throw me an invite? What, NDA by the way in your title? Did I miss something? Oh, I'm just memeing it up. We suspect the alpha's going to launch today. There was something going on with... There was a Blizzard Press and creator event in London yesterday. So we suspect at some point today NDAs will lift, and then we'll all find out about the alpha and the new expansion. Okay, 1 minute to go. Oh, I like the fact that it gave me... Oh, I'm still so congested. I'm really sorry if I sound trash. This cold will go away soon, hopefully. Damn better. What are you hoping to see with crafting and materials? I'm hoping to see not many changes, honestly. There are a couple of changes I would like to see, but I don't think we will really get the full picture to be able to see if they are in place. There was an interesting chat, actually. Hang on, Mikey, let me put my Discord in streamer mode. I didn't realise it wasn't. I'm hoping there's not actually too much changes. I want to see a subtle change to inspiration, because I think inspiration is overpowered. Yeah, I want to see a subtle change to inspiration. I would like to see them balance out the... I would like to see them balance out the work order system a little bit more. As currently it's very, very lopsided. There was an interesting chat that happened in the Discord yesterday, day before, between a few people, and basically it was making comparison to Guild Wars 2. There seems to, the interesting thing is there seems to be a lot of people still playing Guild Wars 2. A lot of people making the comparison about how Guild Wars 2 has a buy and sell order system, and how it feels that, wow, that Blizzard put in half the system. And that's kind of the thing I was saying forever, that it felt like they put 50% of the system in, and well, where's the other half of it? Like, you've made a system where people can say they want to buy this, but under normal circumstances, you'd back that up with another system that coincides with it for crafters to say, okay, I can craft this and I'll sell it for this much. And so it creates the opportunity for people to meet in the middle. Either you pay a premium but get instant gratification, you pay a little bit more than the item is worth but get it instantly right here, right now, or you put in a buy order saying that you're willing to pay this much for it, and then a crafter can come along and have the same scenario. A crafter can either, you know, take their chances at selling something slowly but for a higher price. So the reality is I don't think Blizzard are ever going to do that. I think the system is what it is, and it's probably not going to change. But even if they're not going to accompany a crafting order system with an equal sell order system, I hope at least they do something better than trade chat. Quite honestly, something better than trade chat for players to be able to tout their wares is an improvement on what we currently have. At least, like, literally anything is an improvement over what we currently have. So I want to see anybody placing work orders with no mounts, their accounts banned. The thing is, right, that's not necessarily problematic if there's the chance for a crafter to also say, okay, well, that's your bid, sure, I want this much to craft it. The art of negotiation consists of two individuals. World of Warcraft only gives one side of one of the two individuals a voice, which is why it's problematic and why it, in my opinion, doesn't work. And this isn't me making things up for a video game. This is like the standard. This is the standard of economics, right? This is the art of the deal, the art of trade, which has been around for as long as man has existed, right? Whether you want to call it dealing, whether you want to call it bartering, whether you want to call it trading, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing, right? The concept is the same. It's never changed. Two individuals, you know, make an agreement on how much one party is going to do something for. You exchange, there's an exchange of value that happens, and both parties get a say in the matter. Crafting order system doesn't give the crafters a say in the situation. There's no way for crafters to say, right, well, we want this much for it. So the system's only half a system. You're assuming Blizzard knows anything about economics. That's bold of you. It's true. It's a big assumption. A big assumption. Well, you would hope so. They've been a relatively profitable company for quite some time, but they've made some cracking products in their day. I wouldn't mind if they removed quality on mats. Quality on mats is definitely a controversial one. I don't mind quality on mats at all, personally. The problems that quality on materials tend to cause, I think, is it causes more problems, I feel, for the buyer of pieces of gear than it does for the crafter. Crafters kind of get it, right? Crafters get it, crafters understand it. Okay, if I want to make something at higher quality, there's a chance I need to use better quality materials. Alright, cool, got it. Not really a problem. The problem lies is when somebody's placing an order for something and goes and buys the materials, and the quality 3 material is 5 times the price of the quality 2 material, and so they don't know why they might need, they don't know what the crafter needs, so they just buy the cheaper shit and hope that it works, you know, and hope that it's fine. And then the crafter is like, oh no, you need to provide this, this and this. Well, how was the crafter meant to know that? Sorry, how was the buyer ever meant to know that? This is the fundamental problems of the system as a whole. This is why you need to make a few little changes rather than like one big change, and then it'll all sort of balance back out again. But But you're right. That is a sort of a foundational level change to how it works that you could really only do at the beginning of an expansion. It's a little bit difficult to retroactively change something like that because there's too much stuff already out there. Quality on mats got so irrelevant so quickly for the majority of the crafting system. Well, that was also by proxy of the fact that people were able to make top quality stuff too easily. You know, this is the thing, right? There's a handful of reasons why everything played out the way that it did. The quality of materials would have mattered far more if inspiration wasn't so powerful. People also quickly figured out that you could use quality 2 materials instead of quality 3 materials and then just recraft it 2 or 3 times. And that would still equate to being a cheaper way of making the item than it would to use the higher quality materials that were rarer. And so it made weird things happen with the prices of materials, you know. Everything's linked. Everything's linked, so... This is arguably why Blizzard needs somebody... that whoever created the profession overhaul for Dragonflight, or the team of people, should I say, that worked on it, definitely had a really good, solid idea of how they wanted it to play out. I just don't think they were able to implement it the way that they wanted to in the time that they had. That's honestly more of the problem. And then, for whatever reason, that team got scrapped or put onto something else. And so hence professions never got iterated on, or maybe it was decided that it's not a keystone problem, it's not like a high tier level problem, so they'll wait until hopefully a new expansion to make the refinements and changes to it. We'll see. Time will tell. What's the real benefit, though, of quality on materials? I'm fine with qualities on crafts, but the materials has no benefit. It's only annoying. Well, there's knock-on effects in theory. The knock-on effect being that, you know, it provides a progression path for the gatherers as well. There's no denying that both herbalism and mining were more interesting in 10.0. You had active decisions to make in which direction you went as a gatherer. Did you go quality? Did you go quantity? Admittedly, both of those decisions were wrong. You should go elemental, but like, the reality is it still added value in that regard. It just didn't play out, or it didn't play out as well as it could have done. Like I said, it's all a refinement thing. I think material qualities are fine, but at the same time, it's clearly something that's quite difficult to balance overall. And so there is easily the argument that, well, is it just simpler to not have material qualities? And I think them going back to a slightly more simplistic gathering design maybe is not a terrible idea. As gathering has mostly been... Oh, not good hold is Storm again. I wonder if I go finish leveling my hunter from yesterday quickly. I think there's... Sometimes the simpler solution is the better solution. And in that regard, maybe taking away material qualities would be the simpler solution. It would put gathering back into its kind of place. In terms of, you know, gathering is meant to be simple and straightforward and something people just casually do for an hour. Them sort of elevating it was a good idea if they were going to continue iterating on it. For example, we've had, apart from flipping glow spores, which in turn then didn't have quality, glow spores was the only material added for gatherers throughout the entire expansion, correct? There wasn't a second tier of gatherable materials. We've still got Ceravite, we've still got Draconium, Hockenbloom. Yeah, we've not had that second tier of gatherable things. Even though we've had the Cave, the Reach, and the Dream. We've had multiple new zones, but we've not had any like second tier. This is what could have made gathering feel, you know, it could have made the material quality matter again. In a new patch, with a new zone, with a new tier of gatherable materials, those gatherable materials could have required greater skill from the gatherers to be able to get quality 1, 2, and 3, and then you could have injected something that would have made those material qualities matter again. But they just didn't. So, hang on, have we got 2 storms? Has double storms been fixed? Do we have one in the Naran Plains and one in Thaldraszus? Water storm in Thaldraszus. I need thunderstorm and I need firestorm. I always get these mixed up. Thunderstorm is water storm, right? Or is it not? No, that's the air storm. Okay. Make it harder for bots to automate gathering will fix a lot of the problems. Yeah. Yeah, thunder is air. So I need thunder. I need air and fire. And we've got water. That's a shame. And this one is air. Okay. Well, maybe I can still finish leveling my... Finish leveling this hunter from yesterday. I've been saying this for years. Why are they not making old materials for useful again? Why can't we use iron ore with monolite ore to make new alloys or something? Make the whole world a gathering thing? Intermediate alloys would be a smart way of doing it for sure, yeah. I don't know quite how you could do it with herbs, but I guess you could have, because, you know, or I suppose you could kind of have, you could have something. It would be nice if they would carry over some of the usefulness of materials from one expansion to another. Make gathering like archaeology a minor profession. Well, this was one thing I was quite... I've been quite pushing to see, even for Dragonflight, was I think gathering... Like, Blizzard went the opposite way to the direction I think they should have gone. I think... And maybe hindsight... Dare I say it, hindsight may have proven me right here. That making gathering a crafting profession, while it added a little bit more flavour to gathering, was probably the wrong direction to take it. Maybe gathering should have been made even more simplistic by making it a secondary profession and making it baseline, making everybody pick up gathering. Anybody can fly past a herb and pick it up. Anybody can fly past a piece of ore and pick it up. It would make it simple and straightforward. But it would be that entry level thing, right? You need your first stepping stone into gold making is usually picking up some gathering materials and selling those materials to somebody else who knows what to do with them. That's like the concept, right? Because now I wonder how many people who would normally have made a little bit of gold by just picking up herbalism and mining on an alt and would periodically fly around for an hour or two, pick up a bunch of stuff and sell it, now absolutely 100% doesn't do that anymore because they haven't spent the time to level up their herbalism and miner. They can't pick up the quality 3 stuff. They can't pick up stuff whilst mounted. They can't pick up stuff. They can't get maximum return on the elementals, meaning that they're making like 500 gold an hour picking up quality 1 shit that nobody really wants. So herbalism and mining all of a sudden becomes a long-term skill, much like what you expect from the crafting professions, and so maybe people haven't bothered. Skinning would cause a bit of a wrench in your gathering idea. Well, skinning could be rolled in as well. Like if you kill a beast, you should be able to skin it. I don't think cooking is any more. Cooking is not any more difficult than taking the skin off a beast. Like if you can do cooking, I think skinning, gathering, herbalism, you know, those sorts of professions could all easily be rolled into one. Made baseline. As a gatherer, do you really like to farm the old content? I think a lot of people gather whilst doing questing, etc. A lot of people do, but I also, like I said, now I think a lot of people haven't bothered due to the fact that they feel like, oh well, I haven't got any knowledge points in herbalism, therefore it's pointless me trying. Which storm is this? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out. It'll turn up. Skinning's only useful for leather workers. Conversely, herbing and mining is useful for at least 2 crafting professions. I mean, the end use of the materials is skinning could also be, you know, skinning could also partially provide you with cooking materials. Skinning should also be you know, almost like butchery, for example, could provide you with both skin, which you sell to your leather workers, and extra meat that you can sell or use with cooking, for example. That like, there's creative ways around that. Everybody's in the Thaldrassus one. Let's go that one. Maybe I should go try the Thaldrassus one all the same. Oh, that is true, I suppose, when you think about it. Leatherworking does actually also provide 2 armor classes. This is why I've always liked leatherworking, because it often feels like having 2 crafting professions anyway, especially with the addition of ochres, padding out the mail wearers. In that regard, I don't think the worry of making the usage of materials balanced matters. Some professions are going to use some materials, some professions are going to use others. Like, it's one area where I don't think balance needs to occur. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Balance will be determined by the market value of said items. If one item is in more of a demand, it theoretically should be more expensive. I don't think it's an area where balance is needed. What I would say is I think it's clearly problematic. Well, I wouldn't say it's that problematic, but it's been a thing for so long that I absolutely would love to see changed. It really annoys me how tailors are the ones who are not only who are self-sufficient. Tailoring is completely self-sufficient. Why does tailoring have the ability to gather its own materials, whilst blacksmithing, whilst leatherworking, whilst, you know, require an additional profession to gather the materials? This is partly half of my argument to why I think that herbalism and mining should be made baseline, and maybe even skinning as well. On the fact that I think everybody should be able to do the basic stuff, and then you specialise in 2 professions. It's always felt weird to me how tailors can... That tailors are also not only self-sufficient for their material acquisition, but they're better at it than everybody else. Always felt a bit weird to me. But unfortunately, I don't think really any of that is ever going to particularly happen. The time for that to have happened would have been at the launch of Dragonflight when they did the profession overhaul. They probably see no real reason to make any sweeping changes like that, at least for another expansion or 2. There's probably far more things on their list they'd rather do. I believe the current crafting... this comment was a while ago. I am paying attention to the YouTube chat, I swear. I believe the current crafting order system was Blizzard's response to crafters overcharging for legendaries in Shadowlands. They spanked us in this expansion by giving the buyer the control of commissions. Yes and no. Yes, people disliked the price of legendaries, but no, I don't believe that is the fault of the crafters. The legendaries were priced based upon what the materials cost, and the materials were priced based on how annoying half of them were to get and how many of them were needed with each recipe. A single early in Shadowlands, for example, it was mathed out that if you as a leather worker also picked up skinning and were to be self-sufficient, it would take you something like 500 hours of skinning just to level up leatherworking. So clearly the problem wasn't necessarily the crafter's fault, and people kind of forget that in many cases, for an awful lot of the time, legendaries were only super profitable if you were doing it at scale. Most legendaries were not being sold for much more than 10%. If you got, you know, it would cost you 50,000 gold of materials to make an item. You might sell it for 55, maybe 60k, but by the time the auction house has had their share of it, the crafter's not profited a huge amount. Like, the profit margins were never ridiculous on legendaries. The reason people made lots of gold off it is that 2% on 100,000 gold or 10 million gold worth of sales in a day, those small percentages added up really quickly. But none of that was like, I don't lay any of the blame on crafters overcharging. Crafters didn't have the luxury of overcharging because they more often than not, had pretty steep competition in trying to sell them in the first place, e.g. cancel scanning. Why do you think so many people were furious at cancel scanning? Because that was crafters desperately trying to sell their shit. But it was easy PR for Blizzard. It was an easy PR response to then completely go the opposite direction with Dragonflight. Maybe in that regard, maybe they were cautious of the fact that they, you know, had just come out of Shadowlands and everybody was pissed off at the price of Legos. Maybe they were overly cautious and so maybe overstretched with their design decisions for Dragonflight, but there's also a strong argument to say a lot of the crafting order system had at least been designed, you know, way before. You know, you forget that Blizzard usually works on like 2 expansions at a time, at the very least. I don't equally think that the legendaries were exactly how Blizzard planned them to be anyway. Are you doing the storm for mats or for leveling? On this dude, I'm doing it for leveling. It's pretty quick and easy to level. This dude was level 60 about 2 hours ago. So, it's pretty quick and easy for leveling. Artisan Metal will play more of a part for sure. I wouldn't be too surprised if they completely get rid of the Artisan's Metal mechanic. This is where sometimes it's difficult to predict what Blizzard will do. They will either completely get rid of Artisan's Metal, or they will double down on it. Either completely get rid of the mechanic entirely, or they will double down on it. To double down on it would be to equally do kind of what I hope they do, which is to rebalance inspiration to make it way less powerful. If they rebalance inspiration to make it less powerful, all of a sudden Artisan's Metal starts to be something you care about again as a crafter, and it starts to do kind of what it was designed to do in the first place, which is handicap the amount of top tier gear that crafters can make regardless of their skill. That was why Illustrious Insight and Artisan's Metal predominantly exists. It was meant to be the current, like, and this was a direct response. This was a direct fix that didn't work, but a direct fix to the Shadowlands legendary thing. The complaint with Shadowlands legendaries by lots of people was that it's that like the crafting of them, the leveling of them, was pay to win. You weren't competitive with legendaries unless you were selling what the top rank was. How do you unlock the top rank? Well, you spend a fuckload of gold, which you could arguably swipe for. I'm not sure how many people would have swiped for it, but I'm sure there were some people that at least thought about it. And so what's the easiest way to counteract crafters being able to put themselves in a pay-to-win situation with the Legos? How do you counteract extremely high gold costs? Well, we just implement another new currency that's limited in how much of it that you can get, that is arguably required to craft the top gear. That was the very simple, very straightforward approach. Blizzard does this every single patch. How often do we get a new currency? How many, like, flipping, what's this stuff in my bags? Where's it gone? Oh, it's actually considered a currency, isn't it? Elemental Overflow, for example, is another currency that's limited to a certain event, designed so that you cannot use your gold to power you more forward. It's exactly what Artisan's Metal is. The problem is it just didn't work. It didn't work because inspiration was too powerful. Crafters saw no need to use Artisan's Metal to make Illustrious Insight, because it was easier and cheaper in most cases to just recraft something 2 or 3 times and get the same result. Wait for your 40% proc to hit on inspiration and then GG. All of a sudden, you've not used any of your Artisan's Metal and you've made something cheaper. Blizzard still want the crafting order system to ensure players spend gold more over time by ensuring people believe they are not spending so much. I definitely think that was a conscious move by Blizzard, yeah. Nobody liked buying Legos for like 100k plus at the start of a patch. Especially after they'd spent 100k on a Lego only the patch before, for example. Then if you played different game modes on the same class, you might need to actually purchase multiple different legendaries. You might have a PvP legendary, you might have a PvE legendary, you might swap them out yet again if you're doing Mythic Plus. The perceived cost of legendaries was big. This time everything's a lot cheaper, but you need more of it. You need more little things more frequently. It's the microtransaction theory. If somebody takes, you know, $2 out your wallet, you might not notice. But if they take $2 out of your wallet every day for a month, that's actually, you know, that adds up quite quickly. But if somebody was to come and take, you know, $100 note out of your wallet in one go, you feel that pain far more than that $2 every day sort of thing. It's the exact reason microtransactions work. That said, we still had 100k enchants in Dragonflight, which was mental. Goes to show what people will pay for when it's needed. Thank you for that code, by the way, Mikey. I appreciate that. I will use that at some point constructively, I promise. Where's my crew of people and why is nobody pulling anything? Maybe save my Artisan's Metal for next expansion. Even if they use the same system, they'll call it something else. They don't like people carrying currencies from one expansion to another. And they actively prevent people from doing it. This is why every little event has its own currency. That's one of the things that Blizzard does like to control in the game. They don't like you being able to, especially between expansions as well, by the way. They like an expansion launch to be like a fresh, clean slate for everybody. Waterson's Metal? It doesn't sound right, does it? Sounds like some dodgy skin cream. I mean, all of this is one reason why, although it is seemingly looking very unlikely, this is all one of the reasons why I would really quite like to be able to get into the beta and see this firsthand, and to be able to provide some constructive feedback. Obviously, it is only one person's opinion in this regard, but I do never claim to speak for the community, because I think that sort of concept is gross. I like to, you know, I stand by my own opinions on things, but I don't think my thoughts are totally left field or totally crazy on this sort of stuff. Average Joe definitely has less money in Dragonflight than ever before. Even in Classic, you could farm something for a couple of days and be relatively sufficient for the rest of the month. Not anymore, though. Yeah. The it's really weird, right? Because the crossover in the economics of this game to real life is sometimes astounding. The disparity of wealth is at probably the highest point it's ever been. The rich goblins are even richer than they have ever been. and your average person is poorer than they have equally ever been. It's so weird how it, like, you can basically mirror real world economics. Still don't understand why Blizzard doesn't solicit feedback from goblins like yourself, who've had a tremendous impact on that area of the game, crafting and professions. See, this is the thing. I don't know if I have had any impact at all, you know. I just report what I see. I'm fortunate enough that I can sit and play this video game for a few hours a day, and some people like to listen to what I have to say. I still don't particularly think that that causes me to have much of an impact on how the game plays out for others. Although, I have actually made quite conscious decisions to make sure that my impact isn't felt in areas of the game. Interestingly, why I do a lot less like auction house style-y content on stream nowadays. Dracothists taught me that for the final time, that actually maybe there are some people that listen to what I say. And obviously a lot of the stuff I say is speculative and guesswork. I then do sort of kind of slightly feel bad when it goes Pete Tong for people. There's one part of me that would like to, at some point, like, completely test the waters with that. But there's no way of doing it without being gross, you know. For example, buying up a whole bunch of materials on speculation, as long as it's based in like solid reality. Buy up a whole bunch of materials, relist them on the auction house for twice the price, and then go make a video and tell everybody that these materials are, you know, hot shit. It's a bit grim to do, but it would indicate just how many people do listen to what I have to say, which is weird. It's odd. I just play the video game in a slightly different way to others. I guess that's maybe... I don't know. Oh, I also noticed, by the way, the token is nearly 400k again. Anybody else notice that the token has like exploded in value again recently? That sort of 30-day, that 30-day window where bots weren't able to buy, and we saw the price of the token dip. 395,000 gold the token right now. 398 highest over the last 48 hours. Nearly 400k tokens again. That month where it dipped because they put that policy change in place, preventing bots from buying tokens for 30 days, caused the token price to dip. It sort of like stagnated the climb, but it's climbed right back to where it was previously. I think without that little dip, we would probably be 450, 500k tokens right now. And there's still room for it to go a lot further before the end of the expansion, with no real reason for it to go down particularly. So if you have your main account and an auction house account right now, you're looking, if you play in the EU, you're looking at 800k a month just for your game time. If you want to make 800k profit a month, 800k profit a month, based upon the sub 10%, based on less than 10% margin you would make on crafting and selling stuff right now. 10% is like a nice to have profit margin on crafted gear currently. Unless you're focusing like on bulk, old, slow selling stuff. 800k profit just to increase your gold by 800k would mean you would need to do 8 million gold in sales over a period of a month just to be able to quote unquote play the game for free with 2 accounts. That's hard work. That's a lot. You need 8 million gold of revenue to feasibly able to play the game for free right now. Or find, you know, some alternative way to do it, but... Buy monolite ore. Monolite ore go burr. Maybe. Maybe. Do you think we'll have a new auction house mount in the new expansion? They did say that you'll have the ability to customize your new steampunk style mount they showcased at BlizzCon. On this regard, perhaps blacksmithing and engineering will be the new go-to professions when it comes to customizable mounts like we have now. Well, I can't unfortunately cite reference to this. So believe it if you wish. Choose not to if you don't. But I believe one of the major reasons why the Longboy was taken out of the game so quickly was because they don't want random auction houses popping up in all areas of the game. The auction house is... So the TLDR to this, and I'll give the long reason in a minute. My main reason is no, I don't think we will ever get an auction house mount again. The reason I don't think we'll ever get an auction house mount ever again is that the auction house is a really resource intensive system from Blizzard's like server side perspective, right? An auction house is really hungry on system resources. It is problematic for Blizzard if auction houses randomly start popping up here, there and everywhere. As somebody going to a low-level zone, opening an auction house in a low-level zone, that auction house then having to load in an instance where it's not normally meant to load in, can actually take up so many of the server allocated resources for that zone that it causes other people to start lagging out. This was partly one of the problems. It was a big problem that Blizzard was dealing with and trying to fix in BFA. There was so much random number generation going on behind the scenes. 60 cycles a second, like tens of thousands of calculations going on. It was just burning the servers into the ground. Long boys popping up left, right and centre. Everybody opening their own instance of an auction house was also very problematic. Hence why they were like, right, okay, this was cool, but it's got to go. I think the only reason it's in the black market auction house now is just to sort of say that it is still somewhat slightly available. They don't mind a few people running around with a portable auction house, but I don't think they really want everybody to be doing it, unless they can fix whatever their server tech is to support that. I'm pretty convinced there was strong technical reasons why the Longboy went away, more than just sort of like lore reasons, if that makes sense. Seen Mr. GM's latest tweet? I saw him tweet out earlier saying that he will be streaming at about this time later today, clearly drumming up something. What's he saying now? What's he saying? Hang on. What's he saying? His Thanos gif. Guessing he implies he has all of the power. I don't know. He's good at the social media game. There's no denying. Got us all by the short and curlies. That's the plan. Mission success. curious what the Longboy would sell for on the black market auction house if there wasn't a 10 mil cap. Oh my god. Yeah. I think short term it would go for like silly money. I'm sure there's goblins with 50, 100 million that would just cash it all in to get the Longboy. There's been lots more, I mean, not necessarily just about the Longboy even. There's been quite a lot of discourse recently about the black market auction house. More and more people seem to be coming forth saying that, is it time for them to, like, the black market auction house is just, you know, it's run its course. So many people complaining that they want stuff from the black market auction house, but the thought of even trying to get it is problematic. Why is it not just a vendor with fixed prices on things, with like a rotating inventory that you could check once a day sort of thing? I mean, if they wanted to use it truly as a gold sink, that would be a much better way of doing it. But it does one of those things again that Blizzard doesn't particularly like to do, which is control the price of things. That's one of the only reasons I think the black market auction house isn't just a rotating vendor, that they allow for the bid. Obviously, they do kind of control the starting bid prices of stuff, but none of that really matters on anything that actually anybody wants. Like I said, I'm still convinced the Longboy's only in the black market auction house. It's pretty much like what would be referred to in retail as like a gesture of goodwill. Something, you know, a store might give you a refund 31 days after you've purchased something, not because they have to, but just because it's a gesture of goodwill. You know, they would rather not, but because you're kicking up a stink about it, then alright, well, have this and shut up, sort of thing. Let's also forget that the black market auction house wasn't selling the Longboy for like over a year. they done goofed it up at one point and it just stopped working. And then they did go back in and fix it after multiple instances of people telling them it was broken. Even with the remote access from Mechagon, the black market auction house is a pain. The issue's the reset time on it. I don't know why they don't make the reset time more convenient for more people. It's clearly, it isn't going to mean that more people can get the thing they want, because the concept of it is that there is one thing for sale and one person can have it. But it would at least give people the illusion of being able to have it or to go get it, you know? It resetting its like dumb time at night, and I also found out that even on Team NA it resets at a flipping stupid time. The reason I don't check the black market auction house for the Longboy is not because I don't have the gold to buy the damn thing, it's because it doesn't reset until like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I play this game a lot, but I'm very rarely at my computer playing it at 1 o'clock in the morning. The reset time alone is probably one of the most stupid things, I think. But warbands, I think this is what warbands might be interesting for. There's already the suspicion that gold would be an entirely account-wide... your gold value, gold will no longer go into your bags like it does per character. It will just go into your account. That's already one of the things rumoured to be coming with warbands. Which, if every single player has access to all of their gold at all times, would also have a lot of impact into like how much people spend their gold and the likes. Surely the long boy's got to put some server load on if everybody had one, for example. Yeah, that's the reason why I think they got rid of it so quickly. During an expansion where they were already suffering with server performance issues pretty heavily, everybody randomly popping up auction houses all over the place was clearly not helping. And it was the easy thing to get rid of to free up or to lessen the spikiness of server load in certain instances, or shards, or whatever you want to call them. Like I said, I can't cite anything official from Blizzard stating that's why the Longboy went away. But I would strongly believe that it had something to do with it. While it might not be the final decision, it would definitely play a part. Because let's be real, Blizzard don't do shit to spite people. Like, I mean, I say this sometimes, that Blizzard have this like air of arrogance about them, that they're the devs, they know best. They'll listen to player feedback, but you know, it's nothing more than just feedback. It doesn't mean they're going to do anything about it. It doesn't mean that they're obliged in any way to act upon that feedback. At the same time, Blizzard are not doing shit to spite people deliberately. The Longboy was incredibly popular of a mount, super good for its utility, maybe more so than they even really first thought of that it would be. Maybe they thought, well, a mount that's worth 5 million gold, nobody in their right mind is going to care about that. Well, turns out people did. Removing it was probably a decision that was probably not an easy one. But these are the things where, without being a fly on the wall, we will never know. Especially nowadays, when Blizzard is way more PR trained than they ever used to be. They used to be a lot more loose-lipped about these sorts of internals. NDA, I wonder what it can be. Oh, I'm not under NDA, by the way. But there is clearly some content creators out there that are very, very hush-hush for distinct reasons. Welcome in. A mailbox mount would be less stressed than a Bruto. Probably. But we already have mailbox pets, so they're fine. Hang on, isn't that one of the big rares here? Where's the rare? I just got something on my screen saying that the rares appeared and then nothing else happened. Is it because I'm in combat? There's no icon on my screen. There it is, look. Why did my little add-on not track this rare? Oh, you know what's really sad? I should have taken jewel crafting on this character just to pledge my bets on getting the elemental lariat recipe. I don't know if this has ever been confirmed or not. Is it possible to get... I mean, I can't imagine there's that many people who have looted the elemental lariat recipe in the first place. But has it ever been confirmed that you can get it without actually being a Jawncrafter? I don't think you need to be a JC to get the drop. Well, see, this is it. Like, has anybody actually... Do we have, you know, more than, oh, my friend did it sort of thing? Have we anybody that's got eyes on, quantifiable, screenshots so it didn't happen style level? I think anybody can get it. The theory of anybody being able to get it, I'm not... I don't know. If in theory anybody could get it, it would be understandable that since this meta achievement came out, that there would have been a vast quantity more of them than we have seen in recent months. But at least last time I looked on the Undermine exchange, there did not appear to be more listings for the recipe. There has not been a significant spike in the availability of the recipe. Which you would expect, considering how many storms people are now doing to tick them off the list for the meta achievement. Kind of leaving me to believe that it might actually only be Jawncrafters that can get it. Even if that's the case, you'd have still seen some uptick in the amount of people. Although if you are a Jawncrafter, well, no, because even then there'll be some Jawncrafters that will get it and they'll see the TSM value and they'll be like, fuck that, I'm selling this. There's comments saying that they've got it without Jawncraft. Is there really? Okay. What's this? Jawncrafting. Fixed an issue where the design elemental lariat was not properly dropping off all boss storm creatures. It should now properly drop off them again. Developer note, players only have a chance to get this recipe on your first kill of each per day, matching the behavior of other loot that drops from these creatures. That was an update that I remember in like 10.0 or something, or literally just when the storms first released, I think. I remember that note going out. That said, it would still make sense with the amount of people doing storms again all of a sudden. Look how many groups are in Group Finder to do these storms every time they pop up now. You should have, in theory, still seen a big spike in availability of the recipe. Oh, curiosity's getting the better of me now. No, that's not the one. That's probably not one good one to have showing. Alpha announcement waiting room. Not a lot of big streamers online at the moment. What is my killing time till NDAs lift? I will do, it's fine. I don't play the title game too much. Where's my... Do I have it open somewhere? Still only 52 across EU realms. That's not significantly more than what we would in the last 3 months. There's been practically no, I mean, that's just Draenor's quantity. Maybe there's been a couple more showing up, maybe. I guess there is a little bit of a spike in, hang on, am I dying here? Oh my god, I'm being shot at, I'm dying. Let's not die. Let me pause in a slightly better location. Hang on. off my case. Could just do this, I suppose. What about region-wide supply in the last 3 months? I mean, the region supply has gone from like 20 to 30. I mean, okay. The regional supply has doubled, but it's still not done anything to change the price. So clearly more are dropping, but not by like... There's not like a huge upsurge in the quantity of the recipes available. They've gone from 25 of them existing to 50 of them existing. That's not like... Based upon the entire region, that's a nothing burger quantity. There's still less than 1 per server. Am I dead? I'm dead. Ouch. NA increased from about 20 to 40 since March. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the quantity available has doubled, but it's not increased by any significant amount. Based upon just how many people are now actively out running storms again, it goes to show that it's like 0.1% drop chance at best, 1 time a day kind of like level of ridiculousness. God, there's a party going on over here. Where's my pet gone? Did you buy the recipe yet? Or you're not going to bother? Probably not going to bother. It might firmly fit in the category of like rhinestone sunglasses for me. Kind of one of those that it's on the list, but I don't ever plan to get it. If one turned up or somebody offered me one for like $500,000, I might buy it, but I'm not spending more than like a token or so's worth of gold on it. I don't really feel like spending more than a month of game time's worth of value on a single recipe that I'm never going to craft. If I'm honest. Even the most ridiculous level of completion in me is not that bothered. If it ends up being the only recipe that I need with dual crafting to have 100% recipe completion, then it's a different story. Then need for that 100% might get the better of me, but. If the drop rate's going to stay the same in the next expansion, the price is going to be gold cap for sure, and only collectors people are going to buy it. The weird thing is though, right, what you might find is in the next expansion, once everybody moves on, it might actually become easier to farm for it. By proxy of the fact that there's a good chance that the storms will still spawn, yet there'll be nobody out here. Or the other solution, or the other potential from this, is that you might start to see more of them, because the amount of people that would be willing to buy it would decrease, because you've moved on. If you didn't get it, you didn't get it, right? People who have moved on, the demand for it will die, but Dragonflight is going to become the default leveling zone. Which might actually keep the zones a little bit more alive, and just by pure quantity of people leveling through the zone over time, whilst nobody realistically in their right mind is buying the damn thing. I don't know. Whatever happens will happen. I still should have bought it in 10.0 for like 300k. That's what I should have done. You know, with 2020 hindsight, that's what I should have done. Just called it a day. Storm will be a level 70 activity, wouldn't it? Depends how Chromie time scaling works. Don't know. Look what they're doing with Panda Remix. They've clearly got the ability to scale any zone to any level, or any feature to any level. So it's not a given it will still be a level 70 feature, or it might be on regular shards but not on Chromie time leveling shards or something. Who knows? Whatever. Where's the rhinestone glasses from? Certain Kata rares, I believe. Or is that the top hat thing? I can't remember. I don't even know, if I'm honest. I've heard of people farming it a lot. Just saw this. I'll sign up to test the War Within. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Jack's just linked in the chat the sign-up page for the War Within beta. Now, even if you have pre-purchased the new expansion and have pay-to-win access to it, it's still worthwhile signing up for that. Just by the fact that it may, not guaranteed, but it may also affect alpha. It's very, very rare for you to get alpha access without knowing somebody or being somebody in the first place, but they do from time to time send out, they do very small waves of invites, which they probably pull the list from those sign-ups. For the click of about 2 buttons on their webpage, it's worth doing. I thought only the epic War Within buyers would get access. No, they're clearly going to pad it out as much as they can. They like to get as many people as they can in the beta. It's marketing, isn't it? It's free marketing. I can't imagine there's many people that get access to the beta and then buy the new expansion off the back of that, but you never know. Even 1% of people that do that is 1% of a big number is still a lot of people. We're nearly there yet. Oh, we are leveling in about 2 minutes. Didn't take too long, did it? Although we have been level 69 for 25 minutes. Clearly the slowest level by far. Our XP per hour has actually dipped today. We were maintaining 1 million XP an hour yesterday. Maybe I'm on slow mode today. Ooh, I'm also pulling aggro. It might be because there's only 2 other people in my group, actually. Been in a couple of the alphas now, hoping to get a 3rd invite for the War Within. I can't remember how many of the alphas I've been in. I think I've only been in 1 alpha outside of being on a list. I was in the Legion alpha. I think it was Legion. I can't remember because I didn't do more than just go, oh, that's cool. I don't think I even did anything with it. Obviously, Dragonflight Alpha, I was on a list, so... I usually get my invite the moment they allow add-ons. Ironically, that's like a good way of getting into these test zones is to have a prominent add-on that people use. The devs of add-ons are usually good people, are often invited because Blizzard want the add-ons to work. Boom! Level 70. That didn't take too long at all, did it? $11 hours / played on this character. Did I level this dude from 0? Did I level him from 0? I don't know if I leveled this dude from 0 or not. I can't remember. Or was this dude a boost at some point? I don't know. I started at 60 yesterday. 60 to 70 has been 2 and a bit hours. 3 hours max. This last 69 to 70 was the slowest and it took 25 minutes. Yet the quickest was like 4 minutes or something. 60 to 61 and 61 to 62 was like 10 minutes. Less than, so. Probably an average of about 15 minutes a level. 60 to 70. Abusing this, like, storm thing. Take it. Another 276 item level 70. Gotta love it. Did I set my Hearthstone to Valdrakken? I never did. That's what I meant to do yesterday and forgot. Don't let me forget again. I don't have any add-on, I just fixed some older ones to keep them working and do weak auras. That's how I slipped into the category, apparently. It's a good way of doing it. Apparently making relatively frequent World of Warcraft videos for like 4 years straight isn't enough to get me on a list naturally though anymore. Oh well. No, I'm one thing I really struggle at with the whole content creation thing is the networking side of things. I have a very small circle of people. The irony is I don't really have any plans for this level 70, other than it's just another level 70 to have, which I might put to some use somewhere at some point, but I don't have a plan for them now. You'd fall into the content creator list, which I think is quite full of people. Yeah. Okay. Set Hearthstone. That's what I needed to do. I still think Valdrakken, even in the next expansion, will be a solid spot to have Hearthstone set 4 on ults like this. Easy portals to everywhere. Probably some quick and easy access to the new zone as well from here, I would guess.
You'll find no better in the city. Return to me soon.
I guess technically, if any of these are male, I should just use them. As they will be better than what I have on. Not that that really makes a difference, but cloth, trinket. Well, there we go. That's it then.
The city's finest wares.
Do we know the name of the new hub in the new expansion? I think we know the name of all the zones. I just can't remember them. If you paid close attention to the announcement stuff, I think we do know the name of all of them. I just can't remember. Oh, neck. We can make a replacement neck.
I am always at your service.
Good for acting the part of bloodying your enemies. Knew you not could do it. What? While disguised as a Knockhood Marital and complete the training course in Knockhood Hold. What? Use the battle gear. Make sure no aggressive enemies are nearby and the training master's present. Isle of Dawn, Arcahet, Ringing Deep, Hallowfall are the zones. There we go then. Dornogal is the capital city. It took me ages to remember the name Valdrakken and Thaldrassus. Let's go get this achievement since I've farmed up all the gear for it. Didn't you say you were top 20 on Twitch category a while ago? Send them a screenshot. If I was to stream at like the most ridiculous hour in the day, even then probably still not. Although, if you have more than 283 viewers, you're a top 10 World of Warcraft streamer. Oh, wait, hang on. Where are we going? Oh, over here. Is Alpha confirmed, or are we still speculating at this point? Well, I mean, Alpha is a thing. When it goes live is a different question. It's about as good as confirmed. If it doesn't turn up today, I will be quite surprised. Blizzard wouldn't have paid to import a shitload of creators to London and to have done a press event, to help hold a press event for a nothing burger. So I meant today. I mean, it's not confirmed it's today, no, but it's talk to training master something or other. Is that you? Oh, that's the big element dude. Are you gonna rip me a new one in a minute? Is there anybody around here that's gonna come and kill these rares? You're gonna get in my way. I'm a freshly dinged level 70. Even as a hunter, I don't think I'm taking on level 71 elites with nearly 5 million health. 100 item levels more, maybe. Disguised. Oh, that turns him green. Oh, GG.
Outsiders are not permitted.
What am I ready to do? As you move, click the barricades. I think they have a conference and streamers will be live streaming playing the alpha. I think that's probably a fair assumption, yeah. I would not be too surprised if your Twitch notifications all at one point go ding as all of the content creators come online at the same time. I would not be too surprised. Is that it? Are we professionals now?
Be respectful. Move along.
Was that not it? Are we not good?
Goodbye.
Did I miss something? Did I not complete it? Someone called and wanted to sell more expensive internet. They ended the call explaining that I'd get a survey and please rate 5 out of 5 since she might get a ticket to a cinema. Hey, I'd give her 5 out of 5 just for straight up honesty. Quite honestly there. Admittedly, you've spent 20 minutes trying to sell me internet, but it was quite funny actually. The internet company that we get our internet off rang us at one point saying it is advised that you get this upgraded router, and we were like, well, we signed up for your service less than 1 calendar month ago. Why didn't you tell us that at the time? And I made a stink of it, and they were like, oh, okay, just have it. So I think that's only fair considering we're on the top package they have anyway. And a minute after alpha, Wowhead will have data mined it all. They're probably busy data mining it as we speak. They're probably writing articles. Wowhead will also probably just go with posts. Almost for certain. Right, there we go. There's a bonus achievement done anyway. They only invited the best WoW streamers? Yeah, I don't count. I don't count. Somebody's got to keep you lot busy whilst everybody else is away. Somebody's got to. Somebody's got to. Do a list of the stuff online we know we're getting in the time, the War Within. I must admit, I'm half tempted to watch the opening ceremony again. Tempted to watch the opening ceremony again just to kind of refresh my memory of what the hell's going on with it. BlizzCon was basically an article per slide. It was, yeah. It might be worth at this point. It's probably not a terrible idea to have a little bit of a look at. Sorry, leaked DMs. Didn't mean to. It might not be a terrible idea to have a little bit of a looky through the... Let me see if I can find it. I think there's even a video on my channel of me reacting to it live, but... reacting to a reaction is a little bit too meta even for me. 2 months ago, a little bit longer than that. Where's all the BlizzCon footage? It wasn't strictly the opening ceremony, was it? Was it the what's the War Within feature overview video 5 months ago, 1 million views. Hang on, let me make sure I've got my Chrome audio set up properly. I think it's that one. Don't forget to license the reaction format from the Fine Brothers. What a bunch of asshats. What an absolute bunch of asshats. Right, let's grab a drink for this. We will watch the features overview and the what's next panel to like refresh our minds. Can I ban people that make me feel bad? No. No. Welcome to the internet, Jack. Welcome to the internet.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow taunting me.
Bugs! All the
from
bugs.
Below.
Right, we're going to be a pause Andy through this. So this is one of the new zones, Azkahet. I don't know how you pronounce that. Not entirely sure how we pronounce that. As what was the zone called? Was it like that? Was it like that? Azkahet.
AZJ Kahet.
Okay.
Is that your wallet? You just glad to see me.
That's
AZJ Kahet.
Oh,
that's officially how we pronounce it. Sure. Oops. Shikaf with the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Big moves. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Wait, hold up. Is that the new Fanta bottle? What's up with the lid? Don't get me started on the flipping lids on goddamn bottles nowadays. Right. For reference, for those at the back.
AZJ Kahet.
That's officially the name of one of the new zones. Good. Thanks, Google. Appreciate that. Well done. Right, let's keep going. This is the Nerubian zone. Isle of Dawn. I think even I can pronounce that one then. This one looks really cool. It looks like it's built into the side of the mountains. This gives me Stormheim vibes. We've had those lids for a while as well, though it's still incredibly annoying even months later. Yeah, I started just ripping the lids off, just brute forcing the things off, until I almost cut my thumb doing it, which is a problem in and of itself, isn't it, really? So, yeah. Keep up making the awesome Contheus, Ranthius, thank you very much. Hey. You know, thank you. Isle of Dawn. The Ringing Deeps. The Ringing Deeps. Cave? Underground? This one must be underground, right? Hallowfall. Looks a little bit more futuristic. Delves. Actually, this is interesting. This is probably some of the only footage we've actually ever seen of Delves. We've seen we know so little about Delves outside of the actual name of them. This is probably, I mean, I know it's sort of a little bit cinematic here, but this is probably the closest of footage of Delves we've actually had. We need to delve into that. Smart. That little emote, Jack, by the way. That little emote you've got, is that the 100 sub-train emote? Was that in Thor's stream by chance? I saw Twitch advertising bigger hype train rewards. No, Delves look like Plunderstorm. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Where are these new zones? Another planet or a new continent on Azeroth? A new island somewhere squeezed in somewhere else. He had a banana suit on. Or a long lemon that some called it. Okay. Sure. New continent called Kaz Al Gar, but it is mostly underground, I see. I see. Underground for an entire expansion. That's an interesting move. That's a very interesting move. Let's keep going. It does have Plunderstorm vibes, actually. Warband. This looks like it's going to be our character login screen esque. We've seen a mock-up of the login screen showing some of your characters, the mog that they're then wearing in your warband. This will be cool. Is there 4 there? There's 4 characters there. Hero talents, which of course we already know a fair amount about. Earthen allied race. Hey, look, we got this one now. We got this one. Hey, one's in chat if you've got ashes. Hang on. I need to see if she's lurking. It doesn't look like she's lurking. Oh, okay. The meme's not as funny. Bear's not here. It's fine. Next time you spot Bear or she's live, tell her she has to press 0 in chat. In fact, we got both of these. I've just realised we got both of these now. In the last couple of weeks, we got both of these. GG. One's in chat if you got the Shah mount. Let's not go there. Shush. New dungeons and raids. Of course. A big stony boy. Looks like some sort of cathedral.
The fate of our world
Angry Paladin.
rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
Dun dun dun. I think she can die. Is that what we're saying? Boom. No, 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 don't start playing again. Well, there we go. So that was the little feature overview thing. Where's the what's next panel? This was the one where they actually showed us some shit, right? This is the one that's actually probably worth looking at. Plus, it's not a 2-minute video, so I won't have to be quite so pause-Andy about it.
Here's our first presentation, World of Warcraft, What's Next?
Let's have a little bit of a look at this. How's the should we just full screen this one? How's the volume on this one?
4 years have passed since the mortal races gathered together in Anaheim, California. And now the
Can we also put subtitles on as well? Yeah.
drums of BlizzCon thunder once again. Let me hear the thunder! Yes!
Pump the crowd.
Ah! Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World of Warcraft What's Next panel. My name is Taryn Gregory, and as you may have heard, thank you. As you may have heard from Chris during the opening ceremonies, we are at the dawn of a new era of Warcraft. The World Soul Saga. A story that will play out over the next 3 expansions and will take us on an adventure in World of Warcraft like we've never experienced before. This saga kicks off with the War Within. In this first chapter,
You just need a beard, then it's like looking at a mirror image.
Subterranean depths of Azeroth, revealing a new world full of mystery, wonder, and darkness. There we will
If I got
confront
paid
the
as
shadows
much as he
below
did, I wouldn't mind.
and face new challenges on the battlefield as well as in ourselves. So what is next?
Why am I not at the London event?
During this section, I'll share an overview of the story of the War
Too
Within.
small.
And then next, you'll hear from Maria Hamilton, who will speak to zones and cultures. And then wrapping up with Morgan Day, who will talk about dungeons, the raid, and our new systems. Let's dig in. In our cinematic reveal, did you guys enjoy the cinematic?
Was actually a good cinematic, to be fair.
Ooh. Big shout out to the cinematic team for their work on that. It's just incredible work. We witnessed as Thrall found Anduin Wrynn, who has been wandering alone for the last few years, grappling and lost in his own thoughts and dealing with the experience
Only
that he's
cutting
been
edge
through.
streamers.
Many of
You lot are
remember.
mean.
Throughout this and our
nasty.
features trailer, we learned 2 very important developments, starting with these visions. Thrall spoke of a vision calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. This radiant song will compel our heroes to investigate its origins, and while at the same time, a darkness has been gathering. Even as the heroes adventured on the Dragon Isles, and in the War Within, the mysterious harbinger that Iridikron spoke of will reveal themselves.
This thing, right? This thing looks far too much like the Heart of Azeroth for me. A necklace in the hand of a character gives me tingles. Not good tingles, by the way, either.
Xalatath has returned. Freed long ago from the black blade that once bound her, she is now the harbinger of a new era
Tingle
of
in
the
your
Void's
dingle?
dark
No, not that
machinations.
kind of tingle.
And her message is clear. The Black Empire has fallen. The old gods are dead. And their ancient blood...
I'm quite sure he was expecting like a like a gasp there, because he seemed to wait. The old gods are dead. Could hear a pin drop.
is deep within the cracks of the world. We, the heroes of Azeroth, destroyed them.
Oh, there we go.
The forces
He
of
got
the
something out
Horde
of the
and
crowd.
the Alliance have proven time and again they are among the most powerful armies that have ever stood. The Harbinger has watched this. She is patient. And while the Black Empire failed, Xalatath now seeks to set in motion the rise of a new dark legacy.
Crows are just waiting for
One that
medicine.
knows our true strength. And
Crow,
will seek
that
to
makes more
test it
sense.
Against a new threat of terrible power, the Nerubians of Ashkahet.
The Nerubians of
AZJ Kahet.
AZJ Kahe. Get it right. Get it right, Mr. Gregory.
Xalatath has conscripted the Nerubian queen Ansarek, having offered her people a new future, one in which they will rise from their isolation as a
Sounds
mighty
like DJ
kingdom
Khaled
once
out
again.
another
And
one.
here in this sprawling city of Ashkahet, we will not find the undead soldiers of the Lich King that we faced before, but instead a new, mighty stronghold of the Nerubians as they once were. Deadly survivors of the mythic wars that have played out time and again over thousands of years. In return for their loyalty, Xalatath has granted the
CJ
Nerubians the
Khalid.
means of a dark evolution. One that will turn the Nerubians into a new kind of ferocious and terrifying soldier that we will clash against time and again in the war within. Now let's talk about who we'll be adventuring with. How do you like the key art?
Does anybody know? Some of you might not have spotted, but my starting soon screen. How many of you spotted that I've used this? I've got an animated version of this picture as my starting soon screen at the moment. Ta-da! Look, it wobbles and it moves. It's cool. I might have stolen that off Reddit.
Several of Azeroth's greatest heroes will rise to the call of the Radiant Song, and many will be faced with their own unique challenges. Anduin, having survived his deal with domination. Yes, look at the art.
Absolute Chad.
Incredible art.
Top tier alpha Chad.
Anduin will be grappling with his relationship to the holy light that he no longer feels worthy of, while Thrall is seeking a connection to these visions, spreading across the world and working to find his new place in the Horde. While Magni Bronzebeard, long the Speaker of Azeroth, will confront
Oh, bet he got an alpha invite. Bet he did.
And for all.
Front and center.
Champion! The Wounds Champion! Yes!
See, more references to flipping BFA. It gets me
That
scared.
brings us to
Flipping Magni
in
coming
the,
back.
Features trailer, Ilaria Windrunner.
Oh, there you go, Jack. Illyria Windrunner.
Illyria's journey will be central to the events of the themes of the War Within, as she, a Void Hunter, will use all of her prowess to hunt down the Harbinger while being torn between her own nature and the maddening call of the Void to which she is attuned. Along the adventure, she
Void
will have
Hunter.
a unique rivalry with Xalatath, whose twists and turns will come to define the nature of this new conflict. Of course, we'll see many more familiar faces on our journey and meet a host of new and interesting characters along the way that Maria is going to tell you more about in just a moment.
Don't we... Hang on. I've paid so little attention to these hero talents things. Isn't there already, like, Void Hunter-style-y hero talents or something? Probably to allow players to be a little bit in line with this Illyria Windrunner character. I am absolutely dog shit level doo-doo at lore, by the way, so if these sound like dumb questions, they probably are. But I vaguely recollect there being something hero talent-wise that gives hunters a voidy feel.
But finally, this saga is only just beginning. Conceived to be...
What
Yes.
sword?
Conceived to be an epic worthy of the first 20 years of World of Warcraft, the World Soul Saga aims to redefine the storytelling in our expansion set and strike boldly at the core themes that define Warcraft. The might of heroes, the responsibility of that power, the pursuit of justice. Got to do my best Mets in there. Justice! And the importance of fighting.
The crowd got wet just at the mention of Metzen. What a bunch of people.
Amidst adversity. Up next, may I introduce Maria Hamilton, who will be sharing more about our zones and cultures in the War Within. Thank you so much.
Zones and cultures, okay. This will be a good refresher now. There's a good chance with the alpha dropping, we'll get access or start seeing more details
BlizzCon.
of at least
Wow,
one
I am
of the zones.
so excited to be here and delighted to represent our team and tell you about the places that we will explore and the cultures we will encounter in the War Within. I can't really see all of you out there. I know there's a lot of you, though, because I can hear you. And And I hope to hear lots of oohs and ahs when you see some of this cool art I've got to show you. So let's get started. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
so this answers
Thank
some
you.
of the questions from earlier, right? Oohs,
Okay.
ahs, good
As
job,
Taryn
chat.
mentioned
Good job,
earlier,
chat. Well
we'll be
done.
called by the radiant song, dreamlike visions that come from the heart of the Azeroth. This summons is going to lead us to the subcontinent of Khaz-Algar, a place long forgotten.
AR 938.
It's only through recent explorations in Uldaman that we've discovered a Watcher report concerning a contingent of Earthen that was sent to this place long, long ago to investigate a fissure in the sector. What exactly that means, we don't really know.
This is where you can tell that nobody at Blizzard went through and manually did the subtitles for this. A fissure in the sector. No, not a fissure. Oh, these are clearly automated subtitles. I apologise for anybody reading the subtitles. Nat Pagel confirmed, definitely, 100%.
But we could probably speculate. So first, let's talk about the Earthen. Ooh, there you go. There you go.
There's
All right,
the using
we have
the
met Titan-forged Earthen before, of course, in Ulduar and other places. But this society of Earthen has been isolated within
Unbound, the
Khaz-Algar
Oathsworn, and
for
Machine
a really long
Speakers.
time and have developed their own manners and customs. Now, visually, these Earthen are a bit larger in stature, and they're noticeably blinged out. They've got gems all over them, bedazzled, blinged out, you know, that kind of thing, right? But philosophically, they are guided
Vajazzled?
by the edicts of the Titans, a set of codified orders, duties, and expectations that provide instructions for the core functions of their society. You know, Titans, order, all that, right? But the Titans have been absent for eons, and the Earthen are no longer united in their adherence to these edicts. They now exist as three
Be a cool
groups
playable
that are
race, wouldn't it?
estranged from each other. The Oathsworn, as their name suggests, still uphold the edicts faithfully and believe
They look kinda
everyone
cool.
else is doing it wrong. Their charge is guarding the Core Way, a Titan passageway that leads right to the core of Azeroth. They're primarily the city dwellers. They live conveniently near the object of their responsibility, that Core Way. Now, the Unbound, in contrast, have abandoned the edicts, and they are considered scandalously rebellious by the Oathsworn. Their original responsibility was providing the materials to keep the Titan installations supplied.
Right. I heard the word materials and my brain like clicked into gear. How much of this materials to keep the Titan installation supplied? That'd be a cool turn-in mechanic. Thinking economy-wise, thinking profession-wise, cheeky little turn-in of 20 Titan slabs. Where's the restart button? Potential. So, we could start to divulge some lore from this, some gameplay mechanics. A bit of a turn-in mechanic system could work.
And they're primarily rural. They're living
Titan
in
war
and
effort,
around
exactly.
the quarries and the mines where natural resources can be acquired. They rarely interact with the city dwellers. They feel neglected and ignored because they have a different opinion on how they should live. Now, the Machine Speakers have strayed from the edicts in practice, but not with respect to their overall obligation to keep the Titan works.
Hang on. I've just realised, following the edicts of the Titans, what is the dictionary definition of an edict? Isn't that what women get in their DMs that they don't want? Edicts. Is that... It's a bit close. It's a bit too close for comfort, I think. I don't want edicts, please. It's an odd choice of... Is there an actual definition of an edict? Not a Titan edict? Okay. Can confirm not the same.
Functioning. They've had extremely limited contact with the surface dwellers, and they express no little disdain for those who just don't understand the great machines. Their homes are built around vast industrial projects under the surface that allow them to perform their functions in accordance with edicts, more or less. These different
Everybody wants a functioning edict. Remember that.
perspectives among the Earthen and their variable adherence to the Titan's edicts has weakened the society.
More
as
edicts,
originally
champion.
structured. And that's not good, of course. But a much more serious problem is their steadily dwindling numbers. For reasons that I'm not going to get into here and now, New Earthen can't exist until we help them out by doing some things and unite the Earthen society once more. Happily, as a result of our actions, the Earthen will eventually be unlocked as an allied race.
Ta-da!
Yeah, like sweet, don't they?
You
Yeah.
can get yourself an edict.
These player Earthen will replenish the culture's dwindling numbers and may join either the Horde or the Alliance. Yeah. It is, of course,
You
players'
get an
choice
edict.
which
You
side
get
wish
an
to ally
edict.
with. But as you can see from a small sampling of combinations,
I'm
there's
such
some
a child.
fantastic variations and customizations coming for the Earthen models, including different gem incrustations, beards for all body types, rocky skin patterns, tones,
Beards
and
for
more.
all body
Now that
types, of
golden
course.
mohawk with the braids and the fringe beard, that's quite the look. But I really like the beardless guy with the bushy blonde eyebrows. He looks so cool. He's just kind of like, yep, what do you want me to do? So anyway, all right, moving on. Another cool culture that players will encounter in the War Within is the
Low Wang.
Arathi. Yeah,
Also works.
yeah, and you probably have questions, right? So these are descendants of the original Arathorian Empire, and they've arrived relatively recently and through some
These
somewhat
guys look cool.
mysterious circumstances. And they find themselves trapped here within Khazalgar. Mysterious mostly because I can't say anything more about it just yet because of spoilers, but it's not like spooky mysterious, it's the other kind. As a people, the Arathi are worshippers and wielders of holy fire. They are dedicated to bringing hope and light to the darkness. They're tough, resilient people, with every member of the society being an able combatant. Some few are further blessed with paladin-like abilities through their devotion to the light. Even their airships are powered by sacred flame. The extent to which they're comfortable in battle is probably a good thing, because they have established a home away from home in an enormous cavern bordered by an endless underground sea, from which terrifying creatures emerge to rampage and create havoc. Not my idea of a cool place to hang out, but they're really, really tough. These watery monstrosities, though, are nothing compared to the threat from below. A constant swarm of Nerubians has been held back so far from invading the Arathi lands.
So is this indicating the layered structure of this new zone? Is it more such that where Dragonflight, for example, it's all one level plane predominantly with 4 zones? Is this one going to be more layered, that you kind of go up and down into the different zones rather than across? Could be an interesting twist. Could make the dynamic flight more, make navigation more interesting. Could be quite cool. There seems to be sort of a hierarchy of where the zones are positioned.
The assault is unrelenting, the threat is dire, and the Arathi can't hold much longer. These bastions of light against the darkness are far from home and limited in number. Sure would be terrible if there was also division within the Arathi ranks. Just saying. That would be pretty rough, what with them being so outnumbered. We could probably help them.
A mutiny? Ooh.
All right, speaking of the Nerubians
Civil
in the
war
War
within
Within,
the
we'll explore
Arathis.
their last kingdom deep within Khazalgar. These ancient survivors of the Black Empire who rejected their former masters have developed their own culture here in the deep darkness. As Taryn mentioned earlier, Xalatath has made a bargain with the Nerubian queen Ansarek, who seeks a new future and renewed glory for her people. The Nerubians are extremely capable and devious adversaries who have been honing their skills with their constant assault on the Arathi. But domination hasn't come fast enough for the Queen's taste, as the Arathi has managed to hold against this onslaught. So this deal with the Harbinger has included some assistance for her troops. Through some dark alchemical process, Xalatath has provided the knowledge required to evolve chosen Nerubians into paragons
Alchemy
of their
links.
race, enhancing their viciousness. And Queen Anserek has embraced these modifications with enthusiasm and eagerly offered her army to achieve the Harbinger's schemes. It appears to be a win-win situation. But not all Nerubians share their sovereign's enthusiasm for change and her embrace of Xalatath. Shadowy figures with far too many limbs maneuver against the Harbinger's plans in opposition to the Queen's desire.
How many limbs is far too many? We as humans technically have 4, right? These guys have got 6, 8. Eight's considered 6 is too many. Any clue what time today they are off the NDAs? I don't know. I would suspect there will be a flood of content creators all coming online at a very similar time. When you see that happen, you'll probably know there's an announcement within the next hour of that happening, I would guess. A few hours, I'd say. 6 are insects, 8 are arachnids. I've got 5. Alright, okay. Yeah, we know where the 5th is, right? Soon as Team NA wakes up, I would suspect is probably the time where we will get some sort of an announcement.
As you might expect, any foray into this Nerubian kingdom introduces us to a variety of citizens, including some forms we've never encountered before. Here's a layout of some of the Nerubian models that are completed and also some that are in progress, as well as scale reference
Nerubian
for
goblins, look.
and humans, so you just get a sense
We
of
can
size.
spot a goblin.
In addition to the Nerubian citizens, there are also domesticated insects who serve the kingdom as beasts of burden and pets. The team is hard at work building out the full range of carapaces, carapi, I don't know, whichever, skittering legs, grabby arms, piercing spiky bits, and creepy eyes for you to enjoy, I guess. All right, let's talk about our zones.
Zone time.
The surface of Khazalgar
This is
our
what we're
first
here
zone,
for.
called the Isle
First
of Dorn.
zone.
This
Isle
is
of
the
Dorn.
home of the earthen surface dwellers, as well as other native species of creatures. The fertile soil, flowering plant life, and generous waterways provide nourishment for animals in this untouched paradise.
Hang on, I'm being shouted at to pause. Why am I being shouted at to pause? If this is a bait, Jack. Check the timer. The timer's broken, by the way. Just for clarification, the timer on that thing's broken. 0 to 1, 0 to 3, 0 to 1. What? My timer's very broken. You do realise that this timer is linked to your system clock. This is completely busted. It's different for everybody. They changed the time. The time's been changing permanently. It will be different for me as it is to you, because the time that this shows is based on what your system clock is. Laura on Twitter pointed out that this is completely broke. If you change your system time, if you go into your Windows and you change your system time, this will also change. They changed the time overall. They've mistaken the US launch date with the EU one again. It's been either changed or fixed. Okay. Well, either way, let's assume that this is 4 hours. It said less than that for me so far already, so I don't know what's going on. Either way, this is hella broken, and I wouldn't read into anything here particularly much. I'm going to say in 4 hours an alpha show. Yeah, balked either way. That's a good way to describe
An
it.
important facet of earthen society is Cinderbrew mead. This volatile substance is manufactured from molten honey produced by enormous fiery bees. Their
Big
home
bees,
groves are a remarkable
massive
sight,
bees.
as the hearts of the trees themselves glow with lava-like fluid.
So we've got
Harvesting is
what did they say?
always-
Lava bees. We got massive goo forming bees, or what you could refer to as goobies, and edicts. Edicts and goobies. I'm stretching now.
It is an exciting time as the ferocious creatures are understandably protective of their hives. Now, the roosts at Storm Watch are wreathed with lightning and fierce winds. These wild elemental rooks may choose to serve a member of the Oathsworn, who, if so blessed, becomes a Storm Rider, one of the guardian warriors of
Not
the
forgetting
Earth
spiky bits, yeah.
The Unbound deal with hostile creatures from time to time, but for the most part, the existence is relatively peaceful, fairly sort of peaceful. Their comfortable
Fairly
homes
sort
are
of,
often
okay.
situated near the places where they once labored as adherents to the edicts. Those sites are now in disrepair, and in some cases, the lair of other creatures. Of course, the Isle of Dorn boasts a great walled city where the Oathsworn live and serve the edicts of the Titans. The city of Dornegal is the location of
Such a
many
child.
important civic buildings, markets, traders, and crafters. And it's here that...
Okay. So all of the markets, crafters, and traders are going to be floating around with edicts servicing Titans. Okay, that's how it sounds. Are the ads playing right now? There's not a lot I can do about the ads. The ads control themselves. I can occasionally pause them from time to time. It doesn't state that the ad. Well, okay. It says ads don't start for half an hour, so we should be fine.
a traveler will find the expected amenities of a capital city, as well as the Titan Causeway, the defense of which is the Oathsworn's primary charge. Now, beneath the surface of the Isle of Dorn lies our second zone, the Ringing Deeps.
So yeah, it seems like we're going down in levels for the zones this time, rather than it just being like one big expanse.
As the name suggests, it is here that the Earthen are engaged in their work in accordance with the edicts. In these industrial areas of this cavernous space are huge, complicated machines, lava-heated foundries and forges, and waterworks, both to cool and to power huge machinery.
Oh, Towley's just gone online, has
Maintaining
he?
these Titan mechanisms and keeping
might have a look
everything
in a minute.
running is both the responsibility and the passion of the machine speakers. The Earth has shifted too in places, revealing openings to the sky above to the Isle of Dorn. These cenotes bring
Whoa, look at those rat fellas. What the hell is this? This is like Gollum in rat form. I didn't notice those the first time round. His title is You Wanna Be Here Today Playing Some WoW. I think Towley does like at least half an hour like starting soon screen or something. I think he doesn't go live until there's at least 1,000 people watching. I think he just waits for his viewer count to get reasonable.
light and water into areas once shrouded in darkness. Abundant greenery, flowers, and creatures that do not typically dwell in caverns may be found in these idyllic spots. It was really important to us as developers that we delivered the fantasy of the hard-working industry, but still had some break-up areas of natural beauty that don't feel like dark, constrained tunnels. Now, as the machine speaker population has dropped, they've had increasing difficulties with kobold incursions, and indeed the kobolds have taken over the mines, the work areas. They've even built a city of their own. Unexpectedly, the kobolds are actually becoming a force to be reckoned with under the aggressive actions of their leader, the Candle King. You knew it had to be a candle. No take candle. No take candle.
Hands off candle.
With the passage of time, the Earthen have diminished both in number and in the knowledge required to perform the various routines
Kobolds
to tune and repair
confirmed
the
playable
processes. The old ways have been forgotten.
That'd be quite cool.
And new creative methods must be employed if the edicts are to be obeyed. So they're kind of making
Obey
it up
the
as they go
edict.
along. From the Ringing Deeps, we
edict
descend
must be
further
obeyed.
into Khazalgar
Oh,
to reach
God.
Hollowfall,
Oh.
a vast hollow area in the earth, bordered by an endless underground sea. This tenuous foothold under the bright light of an enormous crystal has allowed the Arathi to survive.
What crystal?
Using their airships to travel to high plateaus
So this is like the
and establish
third layer
docks,
down.
light towers, villages, and even a priory. From their capital of Merildar, these trapped people strive to keep hope alive and spread the light while engaged in a near constant battle with the Nerubians at their borders. The open spaces, the bright light, and the greenery are intended to feel as though we're on the surface, somehow, rather than in this sort of strange hollow within Azeroth. The crystal provides brilliant light, warmth, and growth for vegetation. You may notice that all the blooming plants have opened their blossoms toward the light and seem to be reaching in that direction whenever they're in Hollowfall. Unfortunately, the crystal sun has been changing in recent years. Where once the light was steady and reliable, it now fades without warning, plunging the Arathi into darkness, save where they have built light towers and maintain their holy flame beacons. In the absence of this light, the dangerous Kobis and other fierce creatures emerge from the sea to rampage. As the Arathi are barely holding back the
I think this zone structure, like one on top of another, leads to a lot of sort of interesting zone-wide world sort of event style stuff. You know, the Nerubians break up through the ground, and you know you have to fight them in one zone, push them back down, or whatever, or the big crystal in the sky turns a different color, and then mobs spawn or something. They could be really clever and really creative with the world events, sort of, you know, leveling up from what they've clearly practiced and learnt in Dragonflight. Could be cool.
Episodes are incredibly demoralizing and deadly. Happily, the light has always returned to the crystal, so far. And at the deepest descent in the war within, we reach the zone of Aj-Kahet. That almost rhymes. Anyway, the Nerubian city of Threads has been built on the ruins of itself, over and over and over again. As areas decay and crumble, a new district is built upon its ruins, and as a result, the city climbs ever higher. Those Nerubians favored by the queen, or possessing enormous wealth, or both, command...
What happens if we possess enormous wealth? Player housing. Player housing. If you have enormous wealth, then you can you can buy your plot of land.
The greatest views and live in the highest places over these swarming masses of the many districts. The Burrows is the home of the scavengers, the forgotten, deep in the decay and the filth. The Umbral Bazaar is a trading hub of fine silks, fascinating alchemical discoveries, and other exotic and hard-to-find goods. The Skeins are the home of the lore keepers and scholars who toil to maintain the history of their people and research myths and legends of Azeroth. There are many other districts and less than savory neighborhoods, both well-known and secret, that the careful adventurer could discover, should they risk life and limb to do so.
That's going to be the Delves thing, isn't it? The Delves are going to be right at the bottom.
And being accepted, an enterprise best accomplished through skill in the use of pheromones and considerable bravery. The zone of Aj-Kahet features areas of spectacular dark beauty that are inhabited by these creatures that have found a way to live among the Nerubians without being deemed a threat, found to be particularly tasty to consume.
That looks really interesting as a zone. It feels like you've got sort of capital city style area at the beginning, and it's all on elevator. This already gives me like Revendreth kind of vibes with the verticality. The fact that you've got some stuff up on a platform, you're gonna probably have some stuff going on down in the ravines. This could be quite cool with a zone. In all honesty, I'm liking the look of all of these zones.
Or just too much fun to torment. The mobilization of forces to assault the Arathi while also providing military might to achieve Xalatath's schemes has stirred up all sorts of inhabitants of the darkness. And deep within the city itself,
of the dark. Hope I
the
don't have to spend
Nerubians
too
are
much time
gathering an
there.
odd substance.
That's also true.
The black blood of the old gods for some unknown purpose.
Okay. Gathering black blood. How much of that are we gonna have to do? If they're doing it, they're likely to recruit us to do it as well. So there's a zone-wide currency that could lead to doing something.
But I'm sure that's fine. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about our zone flow. As I mentioned,
oh, here we go.
Awesome, huh?
Oh, it's the
We travel from
cavern
the Isle of
technology.
Dorn into the Ringing Deeps, into Hollowfall, and then into Ashkahet. In the War Within, all of our zones are connected all together using the airlock technology that we developed for Zarelek Cavern, allowing for this seamless descent from the Isle of Dorn all the way to Ashkahet. That was video I just captured last week of the transition between the Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall. As you can see, we built for dynamic flight, and we were able to flow directly between the zones without the load screen. There is some seriously amazing swoopy goodness to be had moving across these zones
Swoopy
and through
goodness.
these spaces.
Love
It
me some
feels
swoopy goodness.
so cool to burst out of a really tight area and into just a huge drop like that. It's so exhilarating. Now, this blobby map that I've got up here was an early attempt during development of our zone flow to try to figure out how we would stack these zones together and achieve the relationship between their geography and geometry that made sense and felt great to traverse. We ended up with something slightly different than this, but this is pretty representative to explain what the world builders were thinking about when they planned these.
Okay, so what the hell is this? 4 zones makes a lot of, you know, you've got one zone goes down deep into the Nerubian zone particularly. You've got 2 other slightly smaller zones, one zone predominantly being much bigger. Then you've got whatever the hell this thing is that is seemingly meant to be positioned on top of this pole. It's just not there so that you can see the rest of what's going on underneath it. Green would be like the overworld experience, and then you go down into your flowy area. Might be where your world event then happens. 30 minutes to wait. Low drop chance. Yeah, this is where your Hearthstone portal is. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, right down at the bottom. This is going to be like your Nerubian in the pits business. This might be the zone that's got the capital city located in it with the big crystal thing, possibly. The Isle of Dawn is then going to be the green zone. Is that what we think? We'll have to find out, I suppose. My thoughts is if it's all sort of vertically stacked rather than, you know, horizontally, like Dragonflight, for example. What happens when you want to go from the top to the bottom? Where you forget about the luxury nowadays of having 4 zones next to each other, that whichever zone you're in, it's equal distance to all the other zones practically. If they're all sort of stacked, if you want to go from here all the way down to the Nerubian zone, it could be a lot of travel, meaning you got to make the travel interesting. You run out of figure 1/4 of the way up and have to wait. Yeah, going down with dynamic flight's easy, right? Going up is a different story. Maybe this is just an elevator. maybe some smart son of a bitch installed an elevator. Take you right back to the top, GG. Jump again.
Spaces out. It was really important to our design that while 3 of the 4 zones are technically underground, they didn't feel that way, and that they were distinctly different from one another. We pursued that goal by introducing the natural cenotes in the Ringing Deeps and leaning into the fantasy of the classic underground foundry and industrial workspaces. So even in the zone that felt the tightest, there's places that look as though they're actually on the surface. And within Hollowfall, we created a massive hollow space in a cavern so vast it feels like an exterior, with a huge artificial sun in the form of a gigantic crystal. And in Ashkahet, we leaned hard into traditional Nerubian architecture with hanging nests and huge palaces built all over a decaying city that just falls away into the depths. And that is the last bit of eye candy I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this peek at what we've got in development.
Zones look good. Now watching this back for the second time, I feel as if I take it in much better. The zones look pretty cool.
So now it's time for me
Clap
to
it up.
introduce you to Morgan Day, who's going to give you lots of information about dungeons, raids, and systems. Enjoy. Thanks very much. Bye.
Supposed to be able to switch flying modes. That's a good point. That's a good point. It might be that you use your regular flight to just like go back up, and you use your dynamic flight more to go down, just because of how it works.
Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Morgan Day, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the upcoming content, features, and systems in The War Within. I'm sure I'll also make some funny faces that I'll regret later in thumbnails, but whatever. First up, let's talk about dungeons. There will be 8 new dungeons coming in The War Within, 4 during level up, 1 in each of the 4 zones that Maria just walked us through, as well as 4 at max level. There's a lot of really
Rookery,
cool
the Stone
stuff
Vault.
happening in these
Haven't we had the
dungeons.
Stone
For
Vault
instance,
before?
We have like a Kobold
I
dungeon
swear we've
where you
had the
meet that
Stone
Candle
Vault
King,
before.
where there's like a light mechanic that takes place. You have to kind of keep it going to light your way. There's a dragon riding dungeon, of course, but also one of my favorites is the Cinderbrew Meadery that Maria just talked us through. So this is a dungeon that takes place on our first zone, the Isle of Dorn, which is where you'll experience, all of our earthen buddies, and this is the place where they make that Cinderbrew mead that she was talking about. They're taking all that honey that they gather from throughout the zone to make the mead, to do all kinds of fun and/or nefarious things with. Although I do have to say, I feel like they're a little bit behind the times. I feel like all the kids are drinking that, hard seltzer or something these days, but whatever. They're old school, I get it. Next up, our raid, the Nerubar Palace. So this is an 8-boss raid that will take place
This is
in
going
the
to be our
zone of
first raid.
Ajkahet. And this is really the culmination of all of those machinations we keep hearing about that we see play out between the Nerubian Empire, their queen, and her collaboration with Xalatath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid, and on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate.
Wait, hang on, what the hell?
While we're in 2D.
Oh, so okay, so this viewpoint is from like this side. So it's sort of showcasing that the assumption here being that this is your final tier boss. You come in from down here, or your entrance is here, you stroll in, you've got one big boss in the center here is your first boss. Then it looks like you're gonna have 2 bosses off to the side, 1 boss down below. You have to go down into the pits to fight 1 boss. On to the next one. So these are your first 4. You come in this way, and you can probably do the first 4 sort of in nearly any real form of order. And then your last 4 are likely to be either 1, 2, 3, and then 4, or 1, 2, 3, and then this being the final one, maybe. First boss is a spider from the looks of it. Did we see... There's nothing on that screen. Maybe we see something in a minute.
Collaboration with Xalatath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid, and on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate while we're in 2D
Traversal fishing line.
The zones around
Okay.
once we're in the game and it's
zip,
all blocked out.
Zip line
So
back
step us
from
through the raid
one
really
place
quickly.
to another.
After barging through the front door, you'll very quickly fall and/or get knocked into one of those giant pits of that black blood of the old god that you'll hear much more about in Ajkahet. And then you'll battle your way through the harvest pits, and then finally traverse your way back up through the stalactite wing, which is not a final name, I promise, until you finally fight your way into the Queen's inner sanctum, where you'll come face to face with her as the end boss. So as you can see, this will kind of feel like
Queen
a
Nerubian
winged raid
end
in
boss.
terms of the vibes, but in terms of the player experience, it'll actually be quite a bit more linear than what you might be used to for a raid with some winged vibes. So something that I also think is fun to talk about really quick is
Old Kingdom
with all of our
vibes?
dungeons
Oh,
and
definitely.
raids, we like to try to explore what is the thing that's going to make this space feel really unique, that's going to make it stand out from all the other times that we've built these dungeons and raids. And with this space, we really thought that, given that we have the Nerubian to play with, They've got all these amazing like webs and silken threads that you can kind of traverse the zone through. We thought it'd be really fun to explore verticality as a major element of this raid. So I think that'll be really fun to see what the team comes up with for that.
What NDAs?
Next up,
If I
let's
told
talk
you,
about
I would have to
systems.
kill you.
So I want to walk you through some of our features and systems at a really high level, but first I want to talk about some of the philosophies that are really guiding us to add these into the War Within. So first and foremost, we really want to continue to extend the philosophies of Dragonflight into the War Within. And really when we talk about that, there's three main pillars that I want to touch on. First, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on
Only
evergreen
3 pillars.
features. We want to
Sad.
make sure that we're making
We've
World
lost
of
a pillar.
Warcraft better forever and not focusing on things that
fourth
we know
pillar
we're going to have to
crumbled
leave
so
behind
fast.
as we move into future expansions.
Don't want to leave anything behind, like the fourth
Next,
pillar.
we want to make sure that there's something for everyone. So whether you're a hardcore raider, a PvPer, a collector, or apparently like Holly, you just
Before
love to
even
play tons of
erected.
alts and run around the world exploring things. We want to make
The
sure
only
that
thing
there's
they
something
erected
in War
was an
Within
edict.
that you can really geek out over and that resonates with you. And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure
Oh, friendly! Woo! Big hypes.
we want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character.
E.g. warbands. E.g. warbands.
So let's talk about delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world experience, where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragonscale expedition in their search for lost treasures all across Khazalgar. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that.
Join the Dragonscale expedition. Last time I helped the Dragonscale expedition, I spent hours upon hours digging through dirt piles looking for dragon shards. I hope I'm doing something more interesting than digging through dirt with delves, honestly.
That outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers.
Oh, there's the fourth pillar back. It's back again. It's back again. You'll be digging for Titan shards, maybe. Quite possibly.
We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop. So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to, give seasonal content and rewards to those outdoor world explorers. So that means things like, rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles, but we'll also be adding a outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within.
I think this is very risky. I think this
So that
move
all
is
of you
very.
outdoor
This is
world
probably
explorers
the
will be
only
able
risky
to
thing.
share in the joy of rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot.
Now, that was very cleverly sold, right? As a way for outdoor adventures to also rush to the vault. What worries me greatly is it's also going to work the other way round as well. It's going to be another thing for those PvP, PvE, hardcore endgame Andes to feel as if they have to do to max out their vault in the early part of the season. Just kind of like how some people, maybe not so much anymore, but sort of feel obliged to farm PvP early season just for more vault options. More burnout if the item level is on the same level of Mythic plus Raid, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's ways they could sort of they could alleviate some of the need for top-end players to also have to do it. But this is the way I tend to feel. Putting a row in the vault, I think, is one of the ways they will make sure that people do delves. And historically, that's been risky. They made people do Torghast. That didn't go down very well. People beelined and felt as if they needed to do island expeditions. That didn't go down very well. So I really hope that they're not too eager in. I know they've cleverly sold it here. They've sold the positive, and I'm looking at it from the negative, but honestly, but like I hope that people don't feel too obliged to do it if it's not something that's for them, you know.
And there will also be 13 unique delves that will be launching War Within with.
Okay, that's something that I'd missed. 13 unique delves. I thought that they were somewhat procedurally generated, so clearly they're not. If there's 13 unique ones, or maybe there's like 13 unique themes, and then they become slightly different each time. Maybe I've misunderstood something at some point about delves, but they did say that the gear in the other contents will be more rewarding. Yeah, they did. They did. We'll see how it plays out. I can't imagine they're going to make solo world content provide gear anywhere near us on a level to organized group content, though. That probably wouldn't go down very well either. Guess on a level of LFR, probably. On a level of LFR, and then what you get in the vault could be like normal level gear, something like that.
And delves will scale from 1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles.
They're clapping even though we know nothing.
If I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion joining you on all of your adventures. So for season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see. And Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures, and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to. And I don't have my fingers crossed behind my back right now. So
definitely got Hunter AI then. Clearly Hunter AI.
Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So, you know, maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you. And finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragonscale Expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you.
In before there's a weak aura to solve all of them within seconds, maybe. As long as it's not as bad as Manthe and Follower Dungeons, we'll be okay.
Happening.
Okay, Warbands is next. Okay, we know, as a refresher course then, we really still don't know much about delves, do we? They're 1 to 5 players. We don't strictly know exactly what we're going to be doing in them. There's 13 unique versions of them. So that worries me slightly with the replayability aspect of it. I thought they were somewhat procedurally generated, akin to like Greater Rifts in Diablo style. Maybe they're not so much. I think there's 13 locations, but they have more variation within them. Yeah, maybe that could end up being the case. Like there's 13 themes for them per se. Being able to bring 1 to 5 players in makes them scale. There is clearly going to be some advantage to bringing more players in, though, as otherwise doing them solo. Well, I guess maybe depending on how the scaling works. You know, if for every additional person you bring in with you, the mobs gain 50% more health instead of like doubling, for example, meaning if you blast through with a party of 5, they might just be much faster to complete. That's probably the scenario I'd imagine. I hope they don't do too much with the loot that comes from them, but we'll see. But we assume it's an instance thing, aka Torghasty style, with a little bit of the dig puzzles possibly. presumably killing a few things along the way, like a random dungeon. So it could be an amalgamation of a few different things so far. Along with a random AI-powered NPC which you can customize. Sounds interesting. Sounds very interesting. I hope they don't feel as slow as follower dungeons. Yeah, I hope the AI NPC tags along with you at your pace rather than dictating the pace. The reason follower dungeons feel slow, though, is that they seem to scale based on your gear. And if you are leveling, your gear is bad, and so their gear is bad, e.g. it then takes a long time. I did a follower dungeon yesterday on my level 70, 460 item level character and just stomped the entire place. But the AI was still, I was probably best part soloing it anyway, but we'll see how it feels. We'll see how it feels. Because delves sound as if they're more of an endgamey thing. They don't sound so much something that you're going to be doing. You might do them a little bit, maybe, whilst leveling, but they sound more endgamey to me than they do like a leveling feature. We'll find out. We'll find out when all these content creators come online and tell everybody. Towley is online. He is streaming. But he is still on his starting soon screen, of which he has now been on his starting soon screen for 38 minutes. I obviously have a starting soon screen, but I don't think I could get away with having it up for 38 minutes. That's pretty wild. And he's also online but not doing anything. I assume there's probably a few that are just kind of lurking in the background. Anyway, let's keep going.
So
Pandemonium, a bit of a test for the delve mechanics,
really be
maybe.
The representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters. So the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications. We've talked about a few here. There's no like singular UI screen that says warbands. It's more of like all these modifications and updates and features are like kind of wearing a big coat that says warbands on the back of it. It's how I kind of keep it straight in my head. But just to talk about a couple of those
It's a concept,
cool features,
not a system,
we'll
I think is probably what he should have said.
Transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in The War Within. So for all of you who have So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances, that won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character.
Ta-da! The irony that is probably one of the biggest pieces of news that we know about the War Within, at least for people within this sort of circle. I think the fact that you're going to be able to, if you pick up a soul-bound piece of cloth gear whilst you're running on your hunter, you will still learn the appearance from it, rather than having to run that mage through to hope that RNG blesses the same one. There's nothing more, not that I do a lot of this, but I can imagine there is nothing more frustrating than running your mage through a dungeon and getting a whole bunch of plate dropping, to then only run that same dungeon on your paladin to get a whole bunch of cloth dropping. It's like, well, it dropped for me, I did it, why do I now not have anything to show for it? So this has been a change that's massively needed and has been, I think, for years. Finally, they've fixed this one. It's interesting how he described warbands, though. There's not like a UI for warbands. That's why I kind of think of warbands as like a conceptual thing to describe a bunch of the features that are happening. Describe the account wideness. You're not going to be able to like have any sort of direct control over your warband or customize your warband in any way. Warband isn't actually a thing. It's just what they're going to refer to your account as being. Your characters will all be part of your warband. It's practically going to replace the name account, I guess, as that's what they're trying to do. When they say Battle.net account, what would happen with those that have multiple accounts under one Battle.net? Well, I don't know. That's a very good question, because it's also possible to have EU and NA accounts under one single Battle.net. My Battle.net has 8 accounts on it, but they're all EU accounts. It's possible to have some NA accounts and some EU accounts under one Battle.net account. So I wonder what the logistics is going to be there. It might then just be that you have an NA warband and an EU warband. They said warband's a Battle.net license. That still doesn't really answer the question, because you know you can have EU and NA, and there is no link between those under normal circumstances. I don't know. We'll find out.
Holly mentioned this already, but this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account.
Renown sharing with the War Within. I think this had some misconception that I believe people also then thought that it was that reputation would be. I mean, this is still better though, right? This is still better, indicating that if you are, because currently it's not in any way, shape or form, is it? Like the rewards that you've obtained, if you've unlocked a reward via a renown path in Dragonflight, if you've unlocked renown 20 reward, you can access that reward on another character, but that second character isn't automatically renown 20. Having progress made on one character directly mirror the progress you have on another could be very interesting. Log into 10 characters for the weekly will all contribute to renown, a speedier way to power it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, like, you know, gamer brain kicks in very fast then in terms of, like, well, how can you do that? Like, if you've got lots of ults, you can clearly do this super fast. I suspect what you will find is things like dailies per se will be things that once you've achieved it, once you've done it on one character, it will then either not be available for the second character, or the second character just won't get reputation rewards for it. There'll be, you know, you'll be able to spreadsheet just how much renown you can get by doing all of these things, and it just won't matter what character you do it on. But it will give you like an account flag for that quest sort of thing. I expect most methods like rep, weeklies, world quests will all be things that can only be done once per. Yeah, it'll just flag your account that you have done that thing. If you go and do it again on an alt, you'll probably be able. They're not going to tell you can't do the thing again. You just won't get the rewards for it again. I suspect is how it will be. Kind of like how with all of the seasonal events right now, your first kill per day gives you a bonus chance to loot something. Your other characters can still do that thing every day, but with massively diminished rewards from doing it. Yeah, I do kind of hope that these are Mango's Tummy, Floofy Piper, Boots the Cat, and Hazel Paws. UI Bad Kemming. What's going on with these names? We'll see. Let's hope this is very placeholder. But it's also should be noted, I think it was actually confirmed in an interview after, that this concept is only going to apply to the War Within. It's not going to retroactively have account-wide reps for past expansions. I want to farm some rep for Boots the Cat. Yeah.
Last but not least, let's talk about hero talents. So here's a quick mock-up of what the UI will look like.
We've
that I
seen a
think
lot
really
more
helps
about
explain
these
how
recently.
these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new hero talent trees per class, and 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose and swap between. And also, this is another evergreen feature. This is a system that we think is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for you and all of your classes, as well as create opportunities
So
for
they're
us
looking to make it for
really
older
dig into some of
expansions
those
too.
core class fantasies that are, so
I
amazing.
believe it when I see it.
So hero talents will introduce these.
For reference, they said when we started getting the renown stuff, you know how like I mentioned, the rewards are shared. They said they were going to do when we started to see renown come through in Dragonflight. They said that the reward structure will be done for all of the past expansion, all of the past reps as well, but they haven't. So it's kind of like they say they can do lots of stuff. I'll believe it when I see it.
New, small, self-contained talent trees like you just saw in the UI. And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called hero talent points. So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see.
Wow.
These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available: Mountain Thane, Colossus, and Slayer. And as you can see in the top left, we have Protection, who will be able
Edict
to choose
Slayer.
between Mountain Thane and Colossus.
Colossus,
Up on
Edict.
the right, you see Fury. Yep, that's right. Mountain Thane and Slayer
many
are their
Edict
options.
jokes.
And down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being Druids and Demon Hunters, who are a bit special, so theirs will look a little different. So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71, and it'll just kind of appear in your UI. You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71 to 80. And there are 10 talent points in total, with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the Legion artifact, where as you were leveling and progressing, you were making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock
But
the whole
eventually,
tree.
you then have everything.
And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
Extremely low friction. Only for the low price of
So,
$9.99.99.
very analogous to your current talent trees, and will follow
Super
all
low
the same rules
friction.
that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off.
Buy
and
your
anywhere in
respect
between.
tokens now.
And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action. So this is a warrior, as you can see, pop an avatar, jumping in. And this next one is that same warrior with the Mountain Thane talent tree. As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets. There's a couple of cool new V effects, and a lot of other cool stuff going on there as well. I heard some oohs. Ooh. Our effects artists will be happy. So that about wraps us up for our What's Next panel.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
We hope you really liked what you saw here, and if you'd like to know more, please join us tomorrow at the Deep Dive panel at noon, where Ian will walk you through some of what you saw today in more detail. Woo, Ian! As well as a bunch of other cool new stuff in the War Within. So thank you all so much.
He has a lot of
I hope you have
energy.
a great BlizzCon. Bye!
So zones look cool. Zones look cool. Like the what's the right word for this? Topology? Is that the right word? The landscaping of the zones, rather than it just being one big flat, you know, expanse with 4 zones. The fact that there's a bit more verticality, you're flying up and down to the different ones, I like that. That looks cool. The Nerubians right down in the bottom. Yes, lots of humorous jokes to be had about the different faction names as well, for sure. So the alpha's out, but them NDAs. I should point out for reference, I've memed this a little bit. I've memed it quite a lot, to be honest. I am under no NDA. I just know nothing. So I have nothing to disclose by default. The agreement is I can disclose whatever I want because I have nothing to disclose. But we do suspect pretty heavily, social media would heavily indicate that things are going to happen today. Quite possibly. Towley is online. There's a few other people that have started to come online after a couple of days away. So we'll see some stuff. Towley's 52-minute starting screen. He's got 1.6k viewers on his starting soon screen. He's probably farming ads like a machine. What's this next one? You wanted to watch the deep dive again? I think we should probably refresh ourselves with the deep dive. Getting that ad money. Got to make that dollar. Deep dive, is that the one?
Welcome back, BlizzCon. We're starting the day off right. Here's the World of Warcraft Deep Dive.
Right, hang on. I'm going to hold you all in suspense for a couple of minutes because I need a quick 2-minute break myself. And if my Twitch dashboard will allow me to do such, I will get some ads out of the way before this starts. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads just to get them out of the way so that they don't jump in during the video, and then we'll have a little bit of a look at this in a second. I'll be back in 2, boys and girls. Okay, we should be good to rock and roll. Let's refresh ourselves with the deep dive then, shall we? Let's turn the tunes down. I need to turn pause music button on my Stream Deck. That would make things much easier. Right, let's get going. That sounds a bit loud, doesn't it? That sounds a bit loud.
Good afternoon, BlizzCon.
Afternoon, Ian.
So good to be back. Whether you are here in the arena with me right in front of me, whether you're watching from elsewhere in the halls, whether you're joining us from the comfort of your home, thank you for taking the time to join me for this deeper, closer look at what's coming next in the War Within. I love you too.
Deep dive edicts.
I love you, BlizzCon.
Let's do it. What sword?
So Morgan and Maria gave
his shirt, yeah. You can buy that shirt
today.
now.
I want to spend a bit more time giving you more information on the core features of War Within, as well as a few things that didn't get mentioned at all yesterday. So, beginning...
Some extra juice.
Little teaser there. So, to begin, let's talk delves. So, what is a delve? As you heard yesterday, delves are these quick, bite-sized, epic adventures for flexible-sized groups, for either solo or with up to 5 players. They are role agnostic, so it doesn't matter if you're a couple DPS, if you're a healer and a tank, if you're a solo healer. We're going to make it work. We're going to meet you where you are, how you want to play. Delves are a new endgame
What
pillar.
sword?
This
what
is a
NDA?
permanent addition to World of Warcraft going forward and represents kind of a capstone to the outdoor world experience. We've had dungeons, we've had raids, we've had organized PvP, and I think we've had some stuff for outdoor world players to dabble in. But if you want progression, if you...
Crafting Pillar is out. Crafting Pillar is out. Delve Pillar is in, apparently. Crafting Pillar is out. Delve Pillar is in.
If you wanted goals, if you wanted a deeper, more structured experience, frankly, we were letting you down. We want to change that. That's what Delve
I wanted a deeper
in World of Warcraft.
crafting experience. Ian, you let me down.
So structuring this, really we want to approach it as
5-legged tables
going
are
to be
pretty
engaging
rare.
in all season long, with variety and flexibility in how you approach it, and the replayability of the content is kind of a mainstay of what it's all about. But also want to build in progression. And I think if you're an outdoor world focused player, a lot of the time it's just about kind of spending your time doing a thing, going to a place, completing an event, but there aren't necessarily goals to work towards. There aren't necessarily reasons to be excited about getting an item upgrade because it's going to let you do something you haven't been able to do before.
We're all working on a good boy right now.
Difficulty progression built into delves.
Nat
is going
Pagel's
to
up
enable
today,
us
by the
to
way,
offer
for
that.
anybody who needs it.
Now, there's a lot of lessons we've learned over the years from building this type of content, whether it was Torghast in Shadowlands, Island Expeditions, scenarios, you can throw in horrific visions in that list. We've learned a lot about how to tune these sorts of experiences, how to design them for flexible scaling groups.
Get rid of the
different sizes,
PvP
different
pillar,
role
slot in
compositions,
crafting.
about what's fun and what isn't. But we've also learned, based on your feedback, about what not to do in some cases, in terms of how we structure it, how we present it. I think a key aspect of saying this is an endgame pillar is that it's an offering in parallel to the others, to dungeons, to raids. If you want to do this, if this is your jam, if this is your type of gameplay, we're there for you, and we want this to be as deep as you want it to be. If you're happy running Mythic Plus and you just want to focus on that, we're not looking to add another item to the checklist of things you feel you have to do to compete. It's an alternative. Unlike Torghast, which is something that we did kind of say, everyone has to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you'd rather do something else or not. That gets back to some of the philosophies that Morgan touched on yesterday and how we're approaching designing and evolving World of Warcraft. We want to meet you where you are. We want to respect your time. We want to offer you the ability to choose how you want to spend that time each day, each night in Azeroth.
Engagement. Engagement. Engagement.
So in terms of the character of delves and what a specific one will be like, the vibe here is about unraveling mysteries, it's about exploring, it's about feeling like an extension, a seamless extension of the outdoor world experience. These are not dungeons. Every dungeon is ultimately about killing a series of bosses or boss-like encounters, and the dungeon is over when you kill the final baddest boss at the end of the dungeon. And that's kind of the structure that they all have to conform to. As much as we try to vary the formula a bit, that's pretty much what they're going to be. In the outdoor world, things are a bit different. We can, break some more of the rules.
Is it possible for
And really,
us
at the
to
end of the
watch
day, the
you
one
watching
consistent
Towley
thing about
live stream?
delves is that they're
I mean,
all going to end
technically,
with
yes.
a room full of treasure. Some of those will have a final boss guardian in front of them. Others, you may be, just exploring, traversing the delve, flipping switches, solving a puzzle, defeating lieutenant.
There's technically nothing stopping me doing this, but there's nothing to stop this. Wow. I turn on the first word he says is flashlight. Okay, right. There's technically nothing stopping me doing this.
Gathering things that you need to open the vault door, we can vary the gameplay, we can vary the feel of the experience. These are going to be instanced experiences, but they are seamless. When you walk up to, this, as I'll show in a second, a fog door at the entrance to a cave, at the entrance to a structure, you're just going to walk in, no loading screen, and now you're in a delve. You want to make sure this really feels like part of and an extension of the outdoor world.
No load screen. They're selling that tech again.
Now, as part of an in-game pillar, that means we want to tie.
How didn't you get an ad as soon as you streamed into Towley? Twitch Turbo! I have not seen an ad on Twitch for years. If you don't have Twitch Turbo, get Twitch Turbo.
We're going to tie this into seasons. So as well as a narrative progression over the course of a given season, there will be increasing rewards, increasing difficulty, and a change of pace, whether you're in Season 1 of War Within, Season 2, and so forth. Part of that is going to be the NPC companion that will be accompanying you on your adventures. The Season 1 companion, as we mentioned yesterday, is our good friend, Bran Bronzebeard.
Bran.
Now, what does this mean? What does a companion mean in
with
practice?
His,
well, it's a few things. One, it's definitely a
with
narrative
his barrage
gives us a
hunter
chance to
mobility.
help give context for your adventures, kind of narrate what you're going through. But also, it's a chance to kind of play with the mechanics and complement your play style. As Bran adventures with you, you might find some gear for Bran. You might be able to gear Bran up. You'll be able to spec him and customize his abilities to complement what you or your friends are bringing to the group, whether you want more survivability, whether you want help with someone to tank, whether you want more control. This can help us balance the experience as well and give you another vector for your progression over the course of the journey. Now, I know this has kind of been very high level.
So we're going to farm dragon shards of Bran
in the life of
to skill him up.
Jumping into delves.
Give Bran more knowledge.
So let's say you are casually journeying across the Isle of Dorne and its pastoral beauty, and you come across this structure with that fog door set into it, and you decide to venture in. So as you venture in, you are, as I mentioned, seamlessly in the delve, and you will find, just huddled inside the entrance, a group of expedition
really are
scouts
proud of this
who have
seamless
come
tech,
to this
aren't
place. They've heard reports of great secrets, great treasures, powerful relics stored within, but they've been unable to proceed further. Because, they tell you, and Bran is among them, mind you, they tell you, this place, there's an unnatural, there's a disturbing darkness that has settled over this entire vault, and we can't proceed. Fortunately, they have in their possession a relic that they have brought that is an enchanted candle that can light the way. It has a little light radius around it.
Oh no.
If you think back to
leveling candle levels.
if you remember that in Legion, what the basement was like, where it really felt like just like a dark, scary place, but you could have this beacon in the darkness to guide your way. You have one of those. But, they tell you, it has very limited fuel. They dare not proceed on their own because they worry they're just going to get trapped in the darkness and destroyed by the terrors within. But you, of course, being the champion who's come along, you're up to
Hello,
the task.
darkness, my
So you take that
friend.
candle with its light radius that will begin to shrink progressively as your limited fuel burns, and you take some steps into the delve. Now, who do you find in here? Well, as it happens, you run across fellows like this guy. More jacked than your average kobold, but there's a lot of kobolds in here. And as you know, as any World of Warcraft player knows, where you find kobolds, you're going to find candles. And this guy's going to put up a fight, but it being World of Warcraft and all, you're going to take his candle.
You find Snowden?
And you're going to take the candles of his allies.
Maybe.
And, you know, that will help fuel this magic light that you have, help keep the light burning so that you can traverse the entire delve, defeat a couple of lieutenant-type enemies, bosses, solve a puzzle or two, and at the end, you make your way into the vault room that Bran is able to open once you bring him there, and you find this
Cash
mock-up,
monies.
work in progress of a treasure room, heaping with riches, treasure chests of various shapes and sizes.
We're just about to go back into Mr. Pandaria. What was that area in Valley of the... No, what was it called? What was that area where we used to go down and had to avoid the traps and there was treasure at the end and people spent hours upon hours upon hours farming the keys for it? This feels very much like that, but 13 different of them with a creeping darkness mechanic on top of it. You got to the end of that and you could open chests or something. But without a loading screen. Yeah, yeah. Cache of the Isle Thunder King thing with the keys. Yeah. Well, that I suppose that was another on the Isle of Thunder. There was also that cave thing that we went in and we did that. I can't remember what the hell that thing was called. Well, I'm talking about the Gulai cache keys or something. Weren't you missing that Pagel for the legendary photo? Yes, I've gone and snapped a picture of Mr. Pagel today. Either way, I think I'm starting to get a bit of a sense to what these delves might play out like. I hadn't landed. The knowledge had not stuck with me about the creeping darkness mechanic. That will probably... The creeping darkness mechanic could be one of the reasons why you choose to do it with other players. That could be one of those things that you can reserve your candle fuel, per se, by bringing more players, meaning you might be able to delve deeper into the delves, sort of thing. That's a possibility there. They could definitely play that card. But I don't want to have to... I'm not sure how I feel about having to grind for a bigger candle. We will see how that plays out.
The smaller ones, you can just walk up and open, collect a range of items, currency, rewards, you name it. But you'll find a couple of extra large, resplendent chests in this room. Those may require special keys to open. Now, those keys you would obtain from doing kind of outdoor content, weekly quests. They're a bit more limited in how you can get them, but also allow us to offer and pace out the best rewards. They're on par with some other endgame content to make sure it's not, you know, infinitely grindable or anything like that, but it's an extension of your outdoor world loop if this is your playstyle. Now, let's say you come back to the same delve on another day.
Our War Within to-do list is going to have farm 3 keys, do 3 delves on your sort of, you know, how you have your Aiding the Accord quest and your Dream Surge, you know, your tick sheet of stuff to do. Farming 3 keys. I'm using 3 as a random number I've pulled out my ass here, but you will probably have the desire to do at least a few of these per week. Kind of similar to the Niffen digs. Hopefully better than those, though, because I did not like those at all. Got to do world quests for the delves. Yeah, it might be that you go do other world quests to acquire the keys to then go do the delves kind of thing. They might sort of link it all together a little bit.
There isn't a magical darkness set.
Thunderstorm in Thaldraszus and the Shore. Hang on. Please hold. Please hold. Is that what is that what I need? Please hold. There's half hour of the deep dive, so I've got time. But if it's one of the storms I need, we might have to pause on the deep dive. React Andy content doesn't get priority if there's an interesting storm. Hello, game. What was it I needed? Thunderstorm in Thaldrassus. Thunderstorm in Thaldrassus. Oh, that's one I actually need, look. That's one I actually need. Okay. Boys and girls, you might need this and all. We got to go do this real quick. We'll continue our little adventure. How long is this on for? Has it just started? This is up for 2 hours. Do we finish the deep dive video and then go do this? Is that risky business? Or shall I just get it done and then we go do the deep dive? Let's just get it done. Anybody want to group up for this? We can put a group together for this if others are going to need it. There's a chance others might need it. I'm flipping balls this, haven't I? Maybe you need the other one too. Wait, hang on. There's another one. Oh yeah, of course. We got double storms again, haven't we? There's one in the Waking Shores. I don't need any in the Waking Shores. None needed in the Waking Shores. Right, let's nuke mobs around here. I'm 58 deep already, so this shouldn't take too long. I hope they remove those dragon flying points. Yeah, they should just bake all of the abilities in. I suspect once it turns into dynamic flight, that makes a lot of sense. New players are not going to want to have to fly around Dragonflight to collect everything. That's going to feel really weird, isn't it? Inner rings are the best place to farm. In here. Oh yeah, these places look pretty good, don't they? This looks pretty juice. Oh no, Stinky died. Hang on, that's not the plan. That wasn't the plan either. Oh my lord. No! What's going on? Nearly screwed that up good and proper. Okay, 67. This is not too bad. This is not too bad. What I also wanted to do is keep an eye out for, like, it's probably still a touch early, I think, for any Blizzard official news articles or anything to go out, but usually, yeah, I need to kind of remember that I'm many hours ahead of the game. My streaming time is problematic for, like, keeping up with the news. News comes out, it'll be in 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, I suspect that's the case, yeah. Yeah, I kind of wasn't suspecting anything to like break whilst streaming. I was just streaming at my regular time. It is a Wednesday though. I do reserve Wednesdays for a day to do double streams from time to time. I need to check in with Mrs. Mantheus though, as she's away on a business trip and gets back later today, but I need to find out what time she gets back later today. As she kind of gets priority today as it's her birthday. So if the schedule works, we might throw the stream up again later. If the schedule doesn't work, it will be tomorrow. Did you get her the fabric cleaner? No. No. I looked at getting that. I would have had to have imported it from the UK though. So yeah, that was annoyingly, importing shit from the UK is become significantly more complicated in recent years due to flipping Brexit doing Brexit things. I don't think I've ordered a single parcel from the UK in the last 4 years without it getting stuck in customs, which is alright if you're just ordering something cheap, but anything not so cheap, it starts to be a problem. Murphy's Law, she'll get back early and you'll get alpha access. Hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's a win in my books. That's all of the wins. Big wins in my books. A birthday lasts one day. A birthday's not just for Christmas. An alpha is for life. I have a friend in the UK who sometimes sends me a few things. Yay for customs adding 7 to 10 days on the shipping times. Yeah, exactly. It's really annoying. If I was to have been able to order it from Amazon.de, I would have done, but they don't sell it yet, so she'll have to wait. It's why I started the stream late today. I was making sure I'd got, you know, box of chocolates, card, you know, the defaults. Got to get those husband points in, you know. $99, halfway there. Seems to be plenty of people here farming as well, so this shouldn't take too long. Was it the Bissell spot clean? No, she wants the Shark one. She's obsessed with this Shark brand. She bought one of their Hoovers not so long ago. She keeps seeing shit on Instagram and getting sold. Shark spot clean or something, I think it was called. I don't know. It says that it's coming soon to Amazon.de. I don't know. It's not a UK exclusive item. I know some companies do that from time to time, but I think due to the UK and the EU having slightly different, well, different plugs for starters, different electricity supply systems, also different rules and regulations on electrical goods. Oh my god, everything's spawning on me. Ah! It's all spawning in one go. That's not the way I was pointing. What's going on here? I hate the way that on a hunter, if you get knocked up... No. Not pregnant. You know what I mean. If you get kicked into the air, it doesn't matter if you rotate. You will still, if you use disengage, you still get pinged the way you were facing when you got knocked up into the air. Yeah, as a hunter, it's really annoying when you accidentally get pregnant. You know what I mean. Shark Stain Striker. Yeah, that sounds probably the one. I did kind of point out to Mrs. Manthius that there might be some problem with this because it also seems to require specific juices to go in it, which, if it's not readily available here, might be more difficult to acquire, or whether you can use regular off-the-shelf shit, I don't know. My Orc Hunter gets accidentally pregnant all the time, loves it. Your Orc Hunter is a slut. Mr. Norton, how are we doing? Welcome in. My male Orc Mage is currently prego. Alright, relax. Relax. Danger causes serious eye damage. Causes serious eye irritation, causes skin irritation. That's how you know it's the good stuff. That just sounds like being married. Warning, may impact your health. May be detrimental on your mental state. I jest. I jest. Still nothing about Alpha. Not officially, no. But my DMs are open if anybody has news. Oh, or an invite. Let's not burn bridges before they're built. That's not the right phrase. I know what I meant. 6 PM probably, so 8 PM your time. Yeah, most likely. It's 20 past 4 right now. Oh, 4:20. Blaze it. So in about 3 hours' time, most likely, is when I would expect something to happen. I don't know. Clutching at straws a little bit here, to be fair. Kind of hyped for some info. Even I've come to the moral conclusion that I am very unlikely to get access to Alpha, at least early on. But that still doesn't Plunderstorm 2.0. Can you imagine? I'm thinking from the perspective of Blizzard. If they are going to spend the marketing budget flying a bunch of content creators halfway across the planet, in some cases, to a press and creator event, it's got to be for some reasonable reason, right? Although they did do just that for Warcraft Rumble, let's not forget. There was a creator event for Rumble. You wouldn't have necessarily thought that they would have. Maybe it was a launch. Maybe there's more ad spend on a launch. I don't know. It's got to be Alpha though, hasn't it? It's got to be Alpha. I mean, otherwise, where the flipping hell is it? It's in the calendar to launch this week, so. Check the best sellers in home and kitchen. Number 1 is Philips nipple remover. What? Hang on. Are you sure you're on the right website? Are you sure you haven't diverted to Amazon.sex? I think you might be on the wrong website there. Announcing Overwatch 3. What could be the worst possible thing that it actually is? Overwatch 3 is pretty bad. You wouldn't be inviting World of Warcraft content creators to Overwatch 3, let's be real. I'm sure there's plenty bigger name Overwatch content creators that would be more in line for that sort of thing. 3 new troll hairstyles, the ultimate troll. I mean, that's like a 1st of April style. Okay, everybody's chilling here because they seemingly are almost hyper spawning, which is nice. Hot's team saw the success of Overwatch 2 and wanted a piece of that pie. I can't believe Hero... Wow, voice broke. I can't believe that Heroes of the Storm is still a thing. Diablo Immortal expansion. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear Lord. You think they're going to join all realms with all the auction houses? I believe that's probably their long-term goal, something that they would like eventually. But I suspect the reason we're getting war bands in the new expansion is to give us a stepping stone towards that somewhat. I think for them to... One thing they said about the auction house is that they want to get the UI right. And I don't think they're quite ready to do a full UI overhaul for the auction house. Because it's not just a UI it's not just a front end overhaul, it's a back end overhaul as well. Woohoo! Thunderstorms and Thaldraszus. 2 down. I think they probably plan to do that eventually. Just not yet. Just not yet. Right. Done. Firestorms in Thaldraszus, snowstorms in the Naran Plains. 2 left. 2 storms left. Okay. Right. Well, we can get back to being a React Andy again now. Oh, hang on. Talking about the wife, her ears were clearly burning. She's calling me. Back in 2. Right, sorry, boys and girls, we're back. The wife was, the irony of this, right? It's her birthday today, yet she was calling me from the airport, asking me if I would like a bottle of Sambuca. Yes. Sure. I do love Mrs. Manthias sometimes. She makes me laugh. Do we think we might bring a battle chest type edition of The War Within where you can buy / pre-order all 3 at once? Oh, what, the next 3 expansions? No, I don't think so. They'd have done that by now. Mrs. Manthias knows how to party. Oh, she doesn't like Sambuca. She just knows I do. I'm one of the weird people that actually quite enjoy Sambuca without it having to be on fire or without it having to be 3 o'clock in the morning. But I am a touch weird. Would you like a bottle of Sambuca and Alpha? I wish that was the case, but I'll take the bottle of Sambuca. Right, yeah, we were gonna finish off watching the deep dive, weren't we? We got so far. We'll go back. We'll go back a touch. We just finished watching about delves, hadn't we? Let's turn the tunes off. Hang on, what's going on here? What's occurring here? Okay, it's fine.
You come back to the same delve on another day, you might find that there isn't a magical darkness settled over the place. Instead, there are earthen locked in battle with kobolds, and you can help turn the tide of that fight as you work your way through, dealing with some different challenges along the way. Variety, replayability, lots of layers to the experience.
Lots of layers, lots of replayability
so
with
back out into
delves.
the zone,
Okay.
heading off to a different corner of it, and you come across the...
Wait, hang on. Uzu and pastis is also nice if you like the anise flavour. I've had uzu. I don't know what pastis is. I like uzu. Well, I've had uzu. The alcohol shop in Finland, often I've asked them a few times if they sell Sambuca, and half the time they don't even know what it is, and they try and sell me a bottle of uzu, and I'm like, well, yeah, that's kinda, but no. So yeah, Sambuca's weird though. Italian by nature, but for some reason us Brits are famous for guzzling the stuff.
This cave surrounded by mushrooms. It's known in legends as fungal folly. Now, maybe not being the wisest adventurer, that sounds like a great place to enter, so you take a few steps forward. In here, you might find an environment where, whether it's due to unusual ores or whatever in the walls, the rules of gravity are a bit topsy-turvy. And you'll find mushrooms scattered around the cave that you can use as basically jump pads to help navigate the environment, to skip over enemies you want to avoid, to reach high up ledges that you couldn't otherwise get to.
Jellyfish all over again.
This is more the world as toy.
Was it Najatar? Was it Najatar with the jellyfish? I think it was Najatar. That stupid jellyfish daily world quest thing. Oh my lord. I wanted the one that it keeps pinging you up in the air, and for days you just get lagged out and it broke like 500 times. That was one of the most infuriating world quests I think we've ever had. Delves have affixes. Got it. Noted.
Tried to play with when we're creating outdoor events, outdoor spaces. These are not mechanics you'd necessarily find in a dungeon, but I think the team really is unshackled, is freed to explore a much wider array of gameplay when we're building delves.
Let me remind you of the ball alcove in Zereth Mortis. Don't remind me.
Before we talk about the loot,
Don't remind me.
These are the 12 delves that we currently have planned.
Didn't they say 13?
Zones, each themed around
Hang on, didn't they say 13 delves? We've already got false information going on here. Which one's fake news? But okay, this is interesting. It actually goes to show that they're named. So maybe they're not going to be that different each time. 3 to 4 per zone. Okay.
Technologies, each themed around the settings that you're going to find. Now, some of the attentive among you may be saying, wait a minute, Morgan's slide said there were 13 delves yesterday. He might be right, but there also might be a secret delve that you have to explore a bit more to discover. That awaits you. So yeah, loot. Part of being a seasonal pillar means going to the Great Vault every week and getting to share in that disappointment that your raiding and dungeon playing brethren have also had the pleasure to enjoy. We just want to make sure you don't feel left out. So you're welcome. So yeah, so you'll note this isn't a Delves row, this is a world row. And really that is enshrining these 3 PvE pillars, raids, dungeons, world. You'll be able to unlock some of these slots doing select outdoor world activities, as well as, of course, delves.
Explore equals wait for Wowhead to blab it day 1. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wowhead will not blab it day 1. They will data mine it day -60. We all know what it is before the game even goes live. Secrets do not do secrets.
Our thinking in terms of the rewards here, this is all subject to tuning, is that this should reach to, let's say, end boss heroic raid, mythic 10 to 15 type range, accessible just via solo progression. Far better loot than you've ever been able to get before. And now, I'm sure this is, I know this is the Delves.
No, I know this was BlizzCon back way when, but you can also tell that you can see how the development of stuff changes in Blizzard, because obviously now we have seen that, now that we know that the mythic structure, mythic dungeon, mythic plus structure is changing as well. And so that's obviously come into play, and there will be representative here. Mythic 16 is probably not so much of a thing. No PvP. I think there's a separate one for PvP, right?
Section, but I'm sure there's folks looking at this and being like, wait a minute, what about the PvP row? Don't worry, we got you. We are removing the PvP row from the vault. We're doing that based largely on feedback that we've heard,
there we go.
that randomness and PvP gearing maybe are not the best combination. I know it took
minus
a few years
pillar,
to get that message.
minus PvP pillar.
So the way this is going to work is instead, you're going to get a whole lot more conquest. You're going to gear up at the same rate overall, but you will have complete control over your gearing path, just spending your conquest on the items that you want. With easier catch-up, if you come in late in the season, you don't have to worry about having missed certain vault weeks. Also, if you're someone who PvPs a lot and you raid, you don't have the awkward choice of that raid trinket versus the PvP item that's going to help your arena partners. So
I love how they sell this stuff, right? I love how they sell stuff. People forget just how well PR trained Ian is. Like, I love how they sell this sort of stuff. When the Great Vault came out, they would sell it to you as a great way to get more gear. And now that they've taken something off the Great Vault, they're telling you that it's so great that they've now taken it off. So it's like they can spin everything. They can spin everything in a positive light. And people are clapping, yeah, deterministic loot, yeah. We didn't want RNG in the first place. Why are we reviewing the BlizzCon footage? Just playing catch up a little bit. It's been a few months. Alpha's likely to show its face very soon. So it's just kind of, we're killing a little bit of time, refreshing our memories.
hopefully, just good news for everyone. Now, aside from, just power, also, you get silly hats. Nothing more to say here.
Hats, candles, sure.
These are just a few examples of the array of cosmetic rewards that will be exclusive to Delves, reflecting the varied ecologies and environments you're going to be facing. So, silly hats, World of Warcraft. Less silly, just as
this is the
Mythic
cool
Plus
thing.
players
This is
have
the cool
amounts
thing.
that they can earn over the course of a given season. This customizable flying mount will be exclusively available through thorough completion of the Delve experience. You'll note the customizability of it. This will be customizable the same way you can customize your current dragon riding drakes at the rostrum. Just modularly.
Do we think crafters are going to have any part to play in this
pretty cool. I love our artists.
customizable thing?
Okay. Up next, warbands. I feel like I could probably just save 10 minutes of this panel by just saying account-wide everything and like just click through the next slides. But
he could, but he won't.
So, I don't know if you guys know this, but turns out y'all play a lot of alts. I'm sure that actually the number of characters per person in this room in particular is like some insane average.
Selling
But
solutions
the
to
average WoW
problems
player
they
today plays
developed.
multiple characters.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Two-thirds of players who have a level 70 have multiple level 70s. Half of players have 3 or more. Most people are playing multiple characters a week. And that's not something the game, it's no secret, has always done the best job of supporting. Now, part of that is because World of Warcraft 20 years ago was built with very different assumptions. And I both mean design-wise, but actually engineering-wise as well. The infrastructure and the architecture that was built. Back then, it took hundreds of hours to level a single character, of course, and playing alt seriously was far, far from the norm. But we've kind of inherited, we have been working with those foundations to this day. And so when we get requests for them, when we talk about alt friendliness, we try to do it, but we're often working against, we're swimming upstream, given...
We got ads on the go again. Flipping ads again. Hang on. Pause the Roonies. Pause the Roonies for a minute. We got ads on the go. My Twitch's ad manager is doing a madness because it's not meant to do 3-minute ad blocks. It's meant to do 1 minute 30 ad blocks. I don't know what it's doing. I try my best to keep ads to like bare minimum. I select it so that in theory, some of you may be able to testify to this. When you join the stream, you should never get a pre-roll ad. You should never have to watch an ad to start watching my stream. I run just enough ads to make sure pre-rolls go away. Ads are going to start in 2. I don't have the snooze button. I've ran out of snoozes. Maybe Jack's used all the snoozes. Oh well, we'll just keep rolling.
The underpinnings of a system that were never designed for this. And that's why you get some, frankly, pretty clunky solutions. Like, well, if you want to transfer this currency to your alt, go to a vendor and spend some to buy a different box that contains account-bound currency that you can then mail to yourself, log out, log back in, take the box out of your mailbox, and open it on your alt. Congratulations, you have moved 300 supplies.
No. He was so close there. He was so close. But he forgot to mention that those 300 supplies actually cost you 500 supplies. Blizzard tax is a thing.
What if we didn't have to do that? So at its core, warbands is, what if we just rebuilt those foundations and created a new future, both for the things we want to offer today and the things we'll be able to in the future, so we're not fighting against the nature of the system, but instead it complements what we want to do. Now, the focus here is really making it convenient, removing barriers, removing awkwardness in playing alts. We don't want to actively necessarily encourage it. People already want to do it if they do it. One thing the system is not going to be is something that awards you power or makes your main more effective because you have done things on other characters or anything along those lines. If you want to play alts, do so. If you just love focusing on a single character, that shouldn't feel wrong either.
Hello there.
Now let's talk about some examples.
Hello, Pumba. So here's the bank then. Now,
I'm going to run through these pretty
I want to all.
quickly.
In fact,
They're
it'll show
mostly
us a
fairly
full screen in a
straightforward.
second.
It's a bank. It's an account-wide bank.
So, turning the subtitles off for a second. This is clearly concept art, by the way. This is clearly mock-up concept art from somebody's made it in Photoshop sort of thing. but it seems like we're going to have separate to our like a guild bank or our own personal bank or the void storage, a separate warband bank which will be for your account wide stuff. Copy guild bank change title, probably not too far from. But the phrasing of this intrigues me. Deposit all warband items. This leads me to believe that you will only actually be able to put very specific things in here. This may not be freely open for you to just throw anything in there. This might, and the reason I'm sort of thinking about this is because of like the cross-realm ramifications of this, right? But some people out there are already trying to. Some people are already trying to do like face-to-face trades on 2 different accounts to transfer items from one realm to another to sell for profit and whatever. The cross-realm arbitrage is already a thing. This warband bank makes it sound quite interesting that all of your characters on one realm, all of your characters on one account could then in theory share one storage space. But I think they're still going to restrict it to warband items, and I think warband items will not be everything. I think this is going to be, my suspicion is this might be quite restricted to what can go in there. This will be for things like things that you might want to have easy access to on other characters, e.g. like catch-up token. You know, anybody running Storms in retail at the moment, anybody running Storms has probably got a bag full, an absolute bag full of this primal gear stuff all over the place, right? This is stuff that I suspect will be warband bound or something, meaning you can put it in your warband bank and then any of your characters can open up their warband bank and take that item. Rather than the process nowadays of you having to sort of probably send it all to a bank character or something. Consumables maybe be considered warband bound or whatever the tag they call it, but I don't think it's going to be enough for it. I don't think it's going to act for everything. So probably quite limited, I suspect. But we'll see how that plays out. Gold tab has enough room for 99 million. Maybe, we'll see. Yeah, this is another thing. That there is a gold value showing here. Now, we don't know if this is going to mean that your gold becomes just an account-wide currency, so that you don't loot, when you don't loot gold and it goes into your players' individual bags. This could also act kind of like guild banks where you can put gold in there and then anybody within that guild can use it. It'll be interesting to see what the limit ends up being on this. I do remember them mentioning crafting mats to avoid the mailing situation. Possibly, yeah, you could. It could be restricted like heavily to like materials and stuff. We'll have to say.
Thankfully, hopefully, you should never again have to mail something to yourself. You also might notice, and so this is giant, lots of storage, extra tabs that can be purchased on the right-hand side, so multiple tabs of these. You can organize them as you want. The very observant, the eagle-eyed, will notice a little checkbox mentioning reagents. If you deposit reagents here, you can craft from the account-wide storage on any of your characters.
I mean, that would, like, if that applies to all reagents, all professions, all expansions, very cool. Very cool. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope that, obviously, like I said, this is concept art. Let's remember this is concept art. This is clearly that, like was said, they've taken the guild bank and they've copy pasted it, but I hope this is wham. This needs to be massive. This needs to allow you to have almost an unlimited amount of like tabs. Odds on there being a gold sync cost to adding another tab, I think it's probably pretty high. They did that with the guild banks back in the day. I suspect they might have it so that buying a new tab starts to get quite expensive quite quickly, because only theoretically people that have lots of gold will have need for all of this at scale, I guess. Maybe, possibly, who knows? We'll see. Gold cost and locked behind achievements. I never liked the fact the guild tabs were locked behind achievements. That always felt really weird. That always felt really odd, but I don't think there's a number big enough that would scare me from buying all of the tabs for my account, honestly. Unless maybe it got into 7. I think 7 figures is probably a little bit too much for a single bank tab, but I'd still happily pay 6 figures, I think. But we'll see. Brutosaur 3.0, Auction House, Warband, Bank, Transmog, Haircuts. Is this a list of wishes? We pay up to 100k for crafted item. A bank tab is far more useful. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, it'd be really nice if you could have... I mean... Like the looks of this means you could probably fit 8 tabs here, but I hope it's I hope they don't limit it. I hope it's one of those things that they're just like, yeah, this is just a thing now. We're not going to bother limiting it. There's no point limiting it. But we'll find out.
Next up, maybe a little new thing. Something that you might put in this account-wide storage are the ability we will now have to create war-bound items that are war-bound
until equipped.
You might get an item that you can't sell in the auction house or trade, but that you can give to any of your other characters for their use.
Catch-up gear.
Now, these items would drop as bonus personal loot from doing a variety of content. They would drop at a slightly lower item level than what that content would normally give you. Again, we want to make sure the right way to play is not, playing on multiple characters to funnel loot to your main, to gear up your main faster, but just easy potential hand-me-downs, ways of getting an alt caught up, maybe even an excuse to level an alt if you get a really cool item for a class that you haven't had.
This does also, let's not forget, this may possibly, it depends if Blizzard want to do this or not, it may nuke any potential resale value in this, right? We went into Dragonflight. There wasn't BOE epics at the beginning of Dragonflight. Yet there has still been periodically, with the Emerald Dream, for example, with 10.2, 424s have been good sellers for people. This Warbound, if Warbound until equipped restricts it from being sold, that could actually take away a potential, market per se. I mean, it's good for you as a personal character that you get something that you can send to an alt, for example, but the way they framed it is this extra stuff. I'm just thinking if they take the, if the concept being is that they take the list of, world drop BOEs and slap Warbound until equipped on a bunch of them instead. That's the easy way to, they tick a box in the database to change, the effect of the item. Open world epics have been a thing from the start. Did we have any BOE ones, though, in Dragonflight at the beginning? I can't think of any prominent BOE epics. Anyway.
To get up yet. So just an extra layer here, hopefully, making
there's the ones from the raid, of course, but
progress to accomplish your goals on multiple characters. All right, now quick rundown of some of the other integrations we have planned. Transmog. Transmog has always been, it's been for a long time an account-wide collection. Key thing here now that really it is being acquired by your warband, that means that now if you were running, let's say, Ulduar on your mage and a pair of plate shoulders drop, you can still add those plate shoulders to your warband collection.
Ta-da!
Yeah, self-explanatory. And then, you know, if you log on your warrior later, your warrior can equip them, you're good to go. Hopefully you don't need to feel like you need to refarm the same stuff on as many different armor types anymore. Reputations, again, fairly straightforward.
Just quickly, before Ian moves on to the transmog thing, and it's just been pointed out in chat, transmog thing's huge, though it'll kill transmog prices on the auction house. How do we feel about that? Do we think that's truly the case? Do we think that... I've been trying to put some thoughts to this about how the transmog markets may take to this, and I can't decide which side of the fence I'm on, because there's two in my mind. There's two arguments, right? One argument being is that this transmog change is only going to apply to soulbound stuff anyway. So the BOEs that you would normally consider transmog to sell, it doesn't make any difference to. You would still be able to freely sell those. It just means that the bind on pickup boss drops. If a piece of cloth drops, you will still gain the appearance from it. You will still just vendor it all the same anyway. I don't think in regards to transmog, it's going to make too much of a difference. The only effect I could see it causing is that this change might finally make a lot, at least in the short term, because it's like a box feature. It's a big, well-sold expansion feature. It might, in the short term, incentivize a lot of people to go farm transmog, to collect all of the appearances for the cloth, for the mail, for the leather, and for the plate in one go. Generating by proxy of that a lot of BOEs to list on the auction house. Maybe. This is all very hypothetical. I don't think the transmog market is going to suffer too much from it, though. In the short term, I think we'll see a surge of interest in buying transmog. I think that's probably the bigger takeaway from anything. That all of a sudden this will sort of push people more so to finish those sets and to buy those last pieces and to think and to care about their transmog a touch more. Oh, I need a slightly off blue coloured pair of shoulders to go with the rest of this set, sort of thing. Oh, I can buy this one from the auction house, kind of thing. It could go either way. It could go either way. But either way, I think it's cool. It's cool. It's people can pad out their ATT to ATT percentages are gonna go to the moon. Either way, it's positive. Yeah.
In War Within, reputations and renowns will work account-wide. We want to make this as retroactive as possible. That will take some work over time. We're probably going to start with Dragonflight renowns as a focus and a priority and work our way backwards. But going forward, we want progress earned on reputations to not really matter which character you're doing it on. At the end of the day, it's the same content, it's the same experience. If you've gained access to some perk or some recipe, having to re-earn it, not terribly compelling.
Good, good. More flexibility with reputations is always good.
Here's a really light example, a simple one, just flight paths. As you explore the world, you learn flight paths, you discover flight paths. Is it terribly compelling to have to go back to a spot that you've already been to in multiple characters just to learn a flight path for the 4th time? No. If you have a flight path network unlocked, you have that unlocked across your warband going forward.
Refund on the maps?
You know, something new.
Refund on the maps, please.
How having this as a foundation means that we can build new systems to inherently work at an account-wide level, just kind of as part of their DNA. As you are advancing Bran as a companion, as you are empowering him, as you're customizing him, again, logging on to a different character and going back to having a weaker Bran that doesn't offer the tools that you've grown accustomed to, that's more frustrating than fun to re-earn those things. Let's make that progression inherently warband level, inherently account-wide.
Good, good. All little quality of life things. This is the advantage of retail.
We've had account-wide achievements for a long time.
They can do these things.
They have the little blue bar over them, indicating that they function at an account-wide level. What Warbands allows us to do is kind of invert that paradigm. and change the vast majority of our achievements to be account-wide, to have that actually be the new default. So if you do part of this PvP or crafting or other achievement on one character, part of it on another.
Have you noticed crafting orders fulfill 1,000 orders? How many people have done these? How many people have done these by chance? Is there many people in chat that have actually fulfilled 1,000 crafting orders? Seems pretty wild to me, but I've steered clear of that side of the professions pretty heavily. Just hit my first level 30 renown on my main. Just realised how much I've been slacking on the reps. I had all of those done by before 10.1, I think. I have, not proud of it. Fair play, fair play. That's a lot of crafting orders. That's a lot of crafting orders. I've got to do all the old professions, but the new ones require so much commitment. I can't. That's a very common consensus amongst the community, I think, that the new ones have an awful lot of hard work for not a lot of reason.
Your warband can earn the achievement. Once your warband earns it, you've earned it. Again, you, the player, are doing the thing. Oh yeah, and then this.
Oh, this is the cool screenshot. This was the cool screenshot, I remember, of how your warband might look. Once again, remember, please remember, this is like mock-up art. It might not look exactly like this, but you will presumably, makes a lot of sense if you just can drag and drop these. You seem to be able to highlight your sort of main 4 characters, and then the rest of your characters will just exist in the queue down below. You can probably highlight the 4 that you've done the transmog on that you think look cool, maybe. It's a nice twist for the loading screen, sort of bringing that sort of warband feel. Up here will be your Plunderstorm logo. Down here will be your Panda Remix logo. Slap on a few more logos, maybe. I wonder if they'll let you change the background in the future. I wonder. It would be cool, right? If they use the same sort of like Vulpera camp thing, right? That you get the ability to place where your warband is, and that area that you set becomes your like login screen thing. It'd be quite nice. People could pick some thematic ones for their transmog or whatever. People love that sort of weird shit. I couldn't care less, but I know full well that people love that sort of stuff. I've just noticed there's a hunter called Grasshead. Who at Blizzard is the Blazer? Who's the Blazer?
To kind of signal this shift up front, there's no like mechanical functionality here, but just in terms of presentation, what you'll see when you log into World of Warcraft with multiple characters is a selection of your favorite characters huddled around a campfire or another setting. You'll still have your full list accessible, but we want to make it clear that like you, the player, have this cast of characters that if you want to dress them all up in consistent transmogs, go wild. One thing you might note here, if you're very eagle-eyed, also by the way, if you're very eagle-eyed, don't read too much into things like the evoker.
The level
wearing
13
leather.
evoker.
It's internal mock-ups. We're not changing anything crazy there. Sorry. But you will note that the evoker is level 13. That's going to be a thing that's possible because they'll start at level 10. But because Dragonflight's going to be the new leveling expansion, by the way, going forward.
Ta-da!
One thing you might notice is there isn't really much here about realm selection. Warbands are a realm-agnostic, faction-agnostic feature. You will just see all your characters here. If they're on different servers, we'll make it clear that they're on different servers. But you shouldn't have to like go to the change realm screen and swap around. They're just all here.
Your characters are just what your characters are. I'm telling you, they're slowly but surely getting rid of realms.
Hero talents. So, at their core, this is a chance.
You saw the goat? I did see the goat, yeah.
To evolve and advance our class system, to explore some deeper class fantasies, to look at iconic archetypes like the Farseer or the Dark Ranger or the Mountain King, or others often inspired by major heroes in the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that
Just
space.
quickly, regarding the oof, that's going to be a lot of scrolling. If you take a quick look, at least they have put a search bar. At least they've put a search bar. Now, obviously, that does mean you've kind of got to remember the character name that you're trying to log on to, which is not necessarily so straightforward, but it's at least somewhat thought of. If you've got 60 characters in that list, though, yes, I agree. There's going to be quite some scrolling. Maybe there's the possibility somehow to revert back to the default. If you've got like one character on every realm and you cycle through every realm for some reason, sure, but we'll find out.
The Farseer, or the Dark Ranger, or the Mountain King, or
Searching for
others,
warrior,
often
something
inspired
along
by
those
major
lines, yeah,
heroes in
maybe.
the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that space. Now, Morgan said this yesterday, just to restate, this is a completely flexible system. It's as flexible as your current talents and specs. Nothing like covenants or anything like that. Anytime you could change your talents today, you can change your hero spec, you can swap around your hero talents. They're just talents. Now, some of our goals here, of course, we want to offer progression, but we want to do so, frankly, while managing complexity to a certain extent. When we started planning for War Within,
Get
we
rid
knew,
of
right, we're going to raise the
realms.
level cap by 10.
Nobody will notice.
10 new levels means 10 new talent points. The kind of default option for us would have been to take the existing class and spec trees and just add a couple more rows to each of them, add new points to spend. But we've been down that path before. We know exactly where that leads 15 years ago. There's a tremendous amount, there's an insane amount of like multiplicative combinatoric complexity from adding those additional options. And it also destroys some carefully constructed choices that are really successful that we've just built up in Dragonflight today, where you can't quite have all of these things and need to pick one or the other. Suddenly, when you can get all of them, it can lead towards homogeneity as well. So this approach allows us to both explore deeper class fantasy while focusing the decision space in a way that offers power without that excessive complexity. So the way it's generally going to look is a third talent tree. Again, as mentioned yesterday, at the center of your screen.
What are people's thoughts on these hero talents? We've seen quite a bit about them now. Have most classes had their hero talent trees exposed and talked about now? I think most have them. Priest Bad had to rework it. Okay. The thing for me is it's going to be... It seems overly complicated. Like, it seems Blizzard level systemized again. It seems like they've done something here with these that didn't need to be a thing, right? Because didn't they say that from leveling from 71 to 80, you get 1 point per time, and you start with 1, and then so eventually you'll have all of them by the end. This could be me just misunderstanding this, but the point is by the time you've dinged max level, you'll just have all of them. Which means the choice aspect of them exists for exactly as long as it takes you to level to max level, which is at best 10 hours of playtime. So this seems like a lot of time and effort is gone into 10 hours of playtime when there are choice nodes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe. Switching the choice nodes. Yeah. I don't know. It just seems overly complicated. You'll just choose what the meta is. And then each expansion they reset the 10 hero talents. So they'll still leave all of this as it lies. But then they'll just give you a new mini talent tree to play with. I don't know. This is coming from somebody that still just clicks start a build in the bottom and just maybe makes 1 or 2 tweaks over there. I don't play around with the talent trees anywhere near as much. We've gone full circle with talent trees. You forget, like vanilla, this is what we started with. We started with this, they decided it's too difficult, they dumbed it down, they dumbed it down, they dumbed it down. We lived with a dumbed down version for ages, and then they complained that it's too dumbed down, and we went back to this again. We've gone full circle. And now they're like, okay, now we've done this, we're going to dumb this down a little bit. We're going to just give you a new tree. Only 10 nodes to look at this time. I don't know. They can never seem to make their mind up what they do with talents. But I guess they got to spice things up each expansion somehow. People just want one big button to press. Like, one button in, one button out. Like, I don't think it really needs to be that deep. Like, one big button in, take one button away, one in, one out policy, so that you don't get too much button bloat. Maybe I'm overly simplifying it. It's probably a bit more difficult than that, but... By the way, 100% sure that Mr. GM is in London. He would have been online today, but hasn't been. He said he's streaming later. Didn't he tweet out earlier that he would be streaming later? I'm quite sure he did. But yeah, maybe he's stuck in traffic, should we say? We have an agent on Mr. GM. Yeah, I'm quite sure he said he's streaming later. Coincidentally, probably streaming at roughly the time we'll get some sort of an announcement, so we'll see. Let's keep going though.
Note, so there are 10 nodes. There's an initial node that you get as a starter node at the top that you'll get initially when you unlock the system at
Pretending
71,
he was going to Thorpe
and then
Park.
10 more nodes to unlock. You will get all of them on the way to 80. At level 80, you will have this fully unlocked, similar to Legion artifacts, let's say. So you don't have to agonize over, where you're placing any choice along the way. Now, the choices that you will make are which hero spec do you want active, and also there will be choice nodes within the trees, just as the class trees and the talent and the spec trees.
Is there an
currently
announcement
have,
due today, or are we just
toggle,
guessing?
Adding quite
It's
a few
what we would
permutations
refer
the
to as
system
a
as whole.
very
If you
well-educated
want,
guess.
as a kind of simpler collapsed view, once you've hit max level, you can just condense it down to only show the choice nodes for easy swapping back and forth to customize your spec.
So that's actually your view. By the time you ding level 80, that's actually what you have. You will have four buttons into which you can you can select A or B. 4 A or B tick buttons is what the talents is actually going to be. And maybe you can, mess around with this if you really need to, but the reality is you probably won't.
You're setting out to do. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to quickly walk through
basically the old talent trees.
To give a sense of the sorts
do you
of
go
things
left
you
or do you
might
go
find
right?
in here. Again, all of this is subject to change, all subject to iteration and the extensive feedback we know we're going to get. I'm going to use druids a lot as an example here. I'm going to focus on the case of a balanced druid. Part of why the team starts with druids is because y'all are complicated. We figure there's 4 specs, 3 roles. We figure let's try some of the hardest cases first.
If you can get druids right, you can get everybody else easy
mages,
peasy.
Warlocks, paladins, etc. But there's a reason why you probably tend to see more druid examples than other classes, because we figure if we can make it work for druids, the rest will be okay. The 2 options available to a balanced druid are this Keeper of the Grove tree and Elune's Chosen. Keeper of the Grove is available to balance and restoration. Elune's Chosen is available to balance and guardian. The former focuses on calling the forest to your aid, on summon treants, and augmenting their abilities and what using that cooldown means for your gameplay. Elune's Chosen focuses on augmenting your lunar abilities, many of the arcane damage, moon-themed abilities for both specs. Let's look at the Keeper of the Grove tree first.
I guess at least the advantage
The
of providing
first node that
each
you're going to
class
get as you just
2
opt in.
choices is that there is likely to be one that you enjoy more. I mean, there's no way around that. If you get given 2 options, you clearly are going to enjoy one more. Hopefully, the one you enjoy more aligns with the one that ends up being the meta that does the most damage, the most healing throughput, the most damage mitigation, whatever your case may be. So hopefully those 2 things align, and so that choice then is a positive one for you. We'll have to say.
is just kind of a baseline improvement to your throughput while treants are out across the board. This just kind of emphasizes thematically what this tree is about and makes pushing that button, having the treants out, more important to you in every regard. Some of the nodes in these trees are just going to be simple, straightforward passives. Not everything is going to double and triple down on the same treant ability. Some will, like this, regardless of what spec you are, make your treants add additional damage. Oh, by the way, if anyone's worried, wait a minute, but what about the auto taunt? That's a mess in dungeons. We'll let you opt out of that. Don't worry. Or, passives could just augment your abilities, your resource pool, and just make you a better druid. An example of choice node, again, this can be about doubling down on and getting more out of having the treants active. Or maybe you really don't want all of your eggs in that basket. Even though you are going into this tree, you want the treants to be important to you. You don't want 100% of your throughput to be focused in that window. You'd rather just have some baseline improvements to all of your abilities, or to some of your core abilities. This is one of the simpler choices available, but the idea is 4 different opportunities to nudge your gameplay in one direction or another within this tree.
I guess this is cool. This is going to be. This is a good system, I think, for the raid. I think that for the raiders out there, this is going to work better because it means that you're likely to be able to. You can choose to min-max if you so choose here. That you can right on this boss. I want to go within this path. It starts to make a lot of sense. I think and you'll probably just save presets, I guess, if for like on a boss by boss level. You want to go this way for this boss, this way for another boss because of X, Y, and Z. I would say that for Mythic Plus players, this could just be mostly set it in Go. And for players like myself who just dabble in world content for the most part and collect things and play with professions, I think this will also be read them, figure out which ones you like the look of most, set them, and then probably never think about it again. Some specs have a problem because the hero talents force you into taking certain talents which you may not have taken otherwise. Well, the main talent trees kind of do that as well, right? There are often times in the main talent, the main spec trees where you want the thing down here. You don't necessarily want the things that directly connect to it, but you kind of have to take them anyway. That's just kind of that's how they create the illusion of choice, even though it's kind of, if you want this, you're going to have to also take this and this to get it, sort of thing. I mean, there's no real way to avoid that, I don't think. But bonus rolled another, Nalek is yours. Oh, GG. You're going to have nothing to do by the time that Pandemonium launches. Lord have mercy. You're going to have nothing left. Slow down. Leave some mounts for the rest of us.
To double down on and amplify what the initial point was, just reinforcing that having the treants out is going to be a peak, a spike in your potential, something that you're going to plan around, and just amplify the overall benefits that you're achieving from that. Now, pivoting to Elun's Chosen, again, this is lunar themed and shared with Guardian Druids.
Okay, I've kind of got the point of this. Especially since we've seen a bunch of stuff about this anyway. And it's all very, very specifically druid focused. Here we go.
These are our current plans for all 39 of the hero spec, so 1 per current specialization.
Ooh, am I going to be pack leader, dark ranger, or sentinel? Pack leader seems to fit my playstyle by the sounds of things. I've not looked into this. Obviously, I predominantly play hunter. I play BM hunter because I'm the definition of a casual. But pack leader sounds like cool. If pack leader gives me more pets, I'm all over that like a rash. Absolutely. Dark ranger sounds interesting to have a bit of a poke and a play with, but pack leader sounds like my jam. Thank you for the follows, though, today, by the way, boys and girls. There appears to be, maybe my choice of stream title has captured a few new faces around here. Thank you very much for the follows. Mage has Sun Fury, Frostfire, and Spell Slinger. Sounds very magey, for sure. What do we reckon's going to be the really fun ones? What have Paladins got? Herald of the Sun, Templar. Templar Paladin is just cool, right? Mountain Thane, Warrior. It makes you sound like a bottle of water. Colossus and Slayer works though, we like those. Soul Harvester, Hellcaller, word I clearly can't say. One of the warrior ones is Bladestorm focused. Bladestorm is cool. Poor Demon Hunter's only got 2. Losers. Raider of the Apocalypse. Sunlane or Deathbringer. Pretty cool sounding. It'd be interesting to have a bit of a play with some of these at some point. Hunter, Paladin, Mage are the 3 characters that I usually do stuff on semi-frequently. I always have a Druid, just because a Druid is always useful. Totemic is such a Shaman, surely, right? Yeah. I don't know, but that is a Shaman, right? They drop totems. They do totem stuff. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they develop. There's been I've seen frequently on Wowhead, not that I've paid too much attention to them, previews of these, and I've seen also that it's caused quite some frustration amongst some classes and some specs. Some seem to be significantly better than others, but I guess it won't matter really until they all get simmed and people get to play test them. I always worry when they do stuff like this that there will just be one that is just better. This is always the worry, right? We already kind of have the problems that, okay, well, if we need a ranged, do we take a mage? Do we take a warlock? Do we take a priest, sort of thing? It's odd the way that you read it like that. I'd expect British Irish people to read it as shaman. I've always said shaman. Yeah, I just kind of really hope that these are like flavorful choices, that they don't particularly impact too heavily your throughput for stuff. Otherwise, it'll just be, oh yeah, this is the best one, take this one. There's always going to be one that has bigger numbers, inevitable. Even if the number's 0.01% bigger, that's the one that people play. Yeah, meta slaves do meta slave things. That's always going to be the way. There's no avoiding that, unfortunately. But luckily, I don't focus anywhere near enough on the end game stuff to feel obliged to take whatever is the cookie cutter build. I just do what I enjoy, which is quite nice.
Cool fantasies here to explore. Definitely really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound, frankly, maybe a bit lame. Are there any that you hoped you'd see on here that you're not seeing on here? We are, well underway building these out, but it's definitely early enough for us to pivot on a lot of these if there's something the community is really excited about. I want to triple super underscore, the example talents I just gave are work in progress, very subject to change. Probably no part of the game is
this is Ian's lawyer
prone to iteration,
phase coming out.
And for no part of the game is the community input more essential than class design, spec design. To that end, when we move into our alpha, probably in the spring, we want to have as many, if not all of these hero specs playable from the start.
Nothing
so that we
to
have
disclose.
the entire alpha and beta window to iterate on them, to replace the things that aren't working, to dial them all in to where everyone's going to be excited about what they're getting and War Within. It's a long road ahead. We can't wait to share that journey with you and really just collaborate, discuss back and forth every step of the way.
I'm a casual player, very rarely raid or do any high Mythic Plus. However, I use Icy Veins for builds. Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? Even the casual players are... When you are presented with something that looks like... Where's it gone? When you're presented with something that looks like this, it is equally just as common for casuals to go, you know what? Nah. Google, Mr. Google, please, sir, could you tell me what the best spec is for my class? And then just copy paste, boom, done. Which is probably why that even casuals end up using the cookie cutter builds, even though the cookie cutter builds are designed to extract 0.1% more DPS out of a 4-minute patchwork fight. You are probably not going to kill your world quests any faster, but when polled, people will say that this is the spec I use. Why? Well, because Wowhead or Icy Veins told me. It's just how it works. Where did we get his lawyer speech out of the way? There we go.
Problems, the
Let's
nature
go
of
from
their
here.
culture. You're going to work with them to overcome those problems, win their trust. And at the end of that journey, it will make sense. It will be a natural next step for them to lend you their aid and join you as either Horde or Alliance. So yes, Horde dwarves.
Oh, I've skipped a little bit here. This is the new allied race.
We haven't yet
Earthen.
finalized what the racial abilities are going to be, but the available classes, 10 out of the 13 available classes. Everything but Druid.
Rip Demon Hunters, Rip Druids, Rip Evokers for the Earthen. No Druids, no Evokers, no Demon Hunters. Okay, well, that's fine by me. I don't particularly play any of those.
Demon Hunter and Evoker. Now on the right side here, you see a concept of the Heritage Armor you'll be able to earn from leveling your Earthen to max level. All right, Dynamic Flight.
There can never be enough dwarfs. Stack 'em high, I say.
So it was obvious very early on in Dragonflight, probably before Dragonflight even released in beta, that we could never go back to how it used to be. Honestly, we hoped that would be the outcome. We hoped the feedback would be, this is so awesome, we just want this to be how flying works forever. But we immediately began, making plans for what that would mean, because, it's the only way to go. And so, dragon riding is going to become the default, no longer just dragons, but dynamic flight now in War Within and beyond. We want to make sure. Oh, weird. I meant to have two mounts here, but I only see Ashes on the right. But anyway.
I see them both. Ha!
The key point being, we want to expand this to the broader array of mounts that you have available. I think the only downside of dragon riding as it exists today is that you don't have much reason to use so many of the mounts that are your favorites visually, aesthetically, that you've earned and done so much to collect. You want to make sure that as much of your collection is viable as possible. So not every single flying mount is going to be able to support dynamic flight. There's some animation logistics to work with there, but as many as we can. It's a 3-digit number. We want a very
got
wide
Bear's
array
mount on
of
screen.
mounts being able to just fly the way you
Russell.
always enjoyed with your dragons.
Dynamic flight default. Good.
And just to clarify, this is the future of flying. So everywhere that you can fly today, you will be able to dynamically fly or dragon ride. In fact, not just in the War Within, a little sneak peek, I think in our upcoming 10.2.5 update, you'll be able to dragon ride in Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, Outland, you name it.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Still pissed they slowed it down. I honestly, if there wasn't for an add-on telling me it's slower, I wouldn't be able to tell.
AFK in midair, that dragon riding isn't your favorite. We don't want to take anything away. We want to let all these mounts that can currently do the old school flying mode toggle between dragon riding or let's call it TBC flying. Up to you, whatever you prefer. And again, to be clear, dynamic flight will be available from the very start when you go to Kazalgar and the Isle of Dorn, just as it was in Dragonflight. Old school TBC flying, Pathfinder style, will not be available right away, but it will be unlocked shortly after reaching max level with no reputation grind requirements. Just play through the campaign, explore the continents, then you can fly that way as well.
I so hope we can quote him on that, by the way. I'm one of, I don't know how many other of you guys do this, though. I actually switch quite frequently between different types of flying. If I'm going somewhere, right, if I'm trying to get from one zone to another, or I'm hopping from like one side of a zone to another side of a zone, dragon riding every time. Fly up, zoom, zoom, drop down, job done. But if I'm like on a quest and I'm jumping from mob to mob, for example, then I use the default flying. I'll hop on the Love Rocket, because I still use that because it's funny. I'll hop on just a regular mount, fly up, fly across, fly down, same sort of thing. So I actually switch between both flying modes quite frequently. I didn't realize just how useful it is to kind of, I basically try and pull the best of both of them, really. Also, when you run out of vigor, yeah, that's also a thing. It's easy to spot things on the old flying as well. Yeah, I find that if I'm looking for something, if I'm hunting for treasures or something like that, I would probably much prefer to do that on the old school flying than on dragon riding. Unless it's, you know, like herbalism, where it's going to have a big shiny or a massive great big purple thing, you can't miss it. But for those little quest items, for example, I much prefer the regular sort of almost camera hack style flying that we've had for 20 years.
Dragon riding glyph system in the Dragon Isles. We want to pivot that to a bit more of something that's evergreen. Some of those unlocked traits may change to only work within the Dragon Isles. Others that are more essential to just the experience feeling good, like vigor increases, regenerates, the active abilities, are just going to be things that you will inherently get as you earn dynamic flight and level up naturally. We don't want down the line players to feel like they have to go back to an old expansion and fly around and collect a bunch of glyphs just to be able to explore the new expansion. And in that vein, this is going to be the new default for leveling players. I mentioned earlier, when War Within comes out, instead of BFA, Dragonflight will be the new leveling experience that you merge into as a new player after you leave Exile's Reach.
We already knew this, but thank Lord.
Very early in that experience. As you just level up, gain player levels, you will improve your flight ability and get all the vigor perks and everything else that everyone has come to expect.
I hope it makes more sense. I hope it makes a lot more sense. I think the storyline is probably, I don't know, is it stronger? Not even sure. But I'm hoping that the synergy between being and leveling in the Dragon Isles to then going to the new zone, I hope it just kind of flows quite nicely. I hope there's not this kind of like jarring feeling of you ding 70 and then all of a sudden whatever the hell you were doing in the Anaran Plains, you just drop all of it and you go over to the new expansion, whatever that be. That always feels weird. Obviously, recently, leveling, if you chose to do the default leveling path of BFA, you'd go through BFA and you'd get halfway through one of the zones and then all of a sudden you're on the back of a dragon and it's like, wait, hang on, what? It doesn't make any sense, but I hope that feels just kind of better. Good morning all, by the way. Slickrock, how we doing? Welcome in. Yeah, it's probably Team NA is starting to wake up, apparently. Team NA is waking up. That means we should be due an announcement in a few hours. Team NA is waking up. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Grab yourself some coffee. Although I say that, I'm 5 hours deep into the stream and my dog's complaining that she wants to go for a walk and to be fed. So I won't be on for too much longer.
As a baseline, this is what flight is now.
He's so pleased with himself. Look.
PvPers, we haven't forgot you. This is long overdue. We should have been doing this earlier. So there's a new battleground coming in War Within. It is a 10v10 map set in the Ringing Deeps. This is inspired by Silver Shard Mines with a few twists. The Ringing Deeps are a place that's full of natural resources.
Once you do some PvP, you'll have a ringing in your deeps.
Like you to skirmish over. I'm going to show you a very rough early kind of like top-down
some dirge
mock-up
jokes
of the layout here.
Somewhere along the lines
The idea
here.
is, unlike Silver Shard Mines, which is radial symmetry, this is more mirrored and reflects the two sides trying to both push their own minecarts to collect resources while also fighting over a pivotal central control point that's going to change the outcome and the momentum of the match. This is something that the team has actually been playtesting internally a bunch over the last couple of weeks, having a blast with. When we make battleground maps, we don't really artify them. We keep them really rough, which is why I don't have any good images to show just yet, because it really is all about the layout. There's no point making it look pretty if the spacing isn't correct, if the exact paths aren't correct. That's going to be the next step. Can't wait to get this in front of everybody to start testing in alpha and beyond. And this isn't just a one-off. We want to keep adding new battleground maps going forward. This is an essential part of the game. And I mentioned 10v10, but we're...
See, I know this is the deep dive and not like the main announcement, right? But some of the people here, look at the screenshot of the crowd.
A few ongoing interface updates.
Where did it go? I don't know, missed it. But the crowd would look like
we have, a few
they were fast asleep.
Updates that we're continuing to work on. In Dragonflight, we overhauled the HUD, the action bars, the unit frames, the baseline UI experience.
Have a good day, Mikey. Thanks for stopping by.
At the time that was just the beginning. This is something we want to continue chipping away at, updating different pieces of the UI to be more streamlined, better reflective of the modern gameplay experience. So just a couple of examples here. So the spellbook, we are looking to modernize.
I think this looks much better, by the way.
Use of more than like a 1024 by 768 monitor resolution.
I mean,
ideally, you're not going to have to flip through multiple pages to find some ability that's not on your action bars. Also, we're combining this with our talent screen. If you look at the tabs at the bottom, you have spec, talents, and spells all in one place. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for all the things that your character has available, rather than having two separate windows that you need to move between.
Makes sense. Hide passives? Oh, that's a clever button. That alone is one of those tiny little quality of life things that would make finding stuff so much easier. Where's the button that I need to put on my bar that the game is complaining to me that I don't have on my bar? Show me that button, please. It's going to be a bit rough on small laptops. I can't imagine. There's not a single small laptop that has less than a 1080p screen nowadays. So it will be absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. But yeah, that tiny little button alone is one of the biggest quality of life changes.
Some light updates here. I think improving the overall aesthetic of the quest log, the quest window. If this is harder to show off just in a single screenshot, but we are adding a bunch of filters to allow you to hide and show different objectives, to see more quests available at once, to filter your log for the things you care about.
This is what I use Cycle for.
Pass in progress on our
I never look at my quest log.
Make it easier to differentiate between daily.
I follow the arrow and I
remove,
click things.
Our reliance on just shades of color as much as we do, which really it is a color blindness issue for the range of quest bangs, where the only difference is what color it is. And again, this is just a couple of examples of ongoing efforts. This is a project that will never be done. We're just going to continue improving and updating different aspects of the UI as we go.
When was this video released?
So
this is the
BlizzCon
video.
I've mentioned earlier, your warband is a
deep dive from
cross-realm
BlizzCon.
construct.
Just
increasingly, so many of the
refreshing
activities
memories.
that players engage in socially span multiple realms. You have a raid group, you have a Mythic Plus group that you run with, group that you PvP with, but you can't be in the same guild together, not any longer. That's a thing that will change when War Within comes out. Apply, recruit, server shouldn't matter when it comes to joining a guild, when it comes to being in a guild, when it comes to accessing the perks of being in a guild.
Big dub. Big dub. Massive dub.
And people may be wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean if now guilds are cross-realm? What about Mythic raiding? If your guild is cross-realm and your guild wants to raid Mythic, you should be able to do that day one. So no more realm restrictions there.
I'm telling you now, whilst I probably won't take advantage of this myself because I'm more focused on the profession and the goblin stuff, and goblins like to be in their own guilds and have their own space. Streamer guilds are going to be redonkulous. It already is a bit of a thing that people will merge to a realm to join a streamer guild. But streamer guilds are just going to be ridiculous. They're going to be absolutely crammed. very often the first 2 bosses of Mythic are easier than the end of the heroic bosses. Yeah, the streamer communities already exist for sure, but the fact that they're going to be able to put like full guilds together now, like I said, doesn't really suit goblins particularly because we're by nature we like our own space. But when is there going to be a Mantheus NA guild? When's there going to be a Mantheus EU guild? I'll let you into a little secret. My main character is not in a guild. Like, it's one of the features of the game I use very infrequently. Server transfers are getting yet more and more useless. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of those flipping things as well. Look, I've got race changes, I've got faction changes, I've got character transfer tokens, I've got loads of this sort of stuff just backed up that I'm not using. As I have historically just purchased this as and when it's been on cheap and on offer. There was probably like an 8 race change bundle that was on offer or promo something, and I'm like, well, it's all bought with gold, so I'll buy it when it's cheap.
Hall of Fame will still exist, just kind of as a memorial of accomplishment, but it's not going to be tied to
race change includes a name change. I think so.
And really, just philosophically, this is another step towards one of our goals of just tearing down barriers, making the game as social as possible, making it as easy as possible to play with who you want to play with, regardless of your server, regardless of your faction. As much as possible, if you want to play WoW with somebody, let's make that happen.
Unless you live across the pond.
All right, so that brings us to the end of this whirlwind tour,
definitely,
deep dive.
Definitely
War Within
good
features.
progress.
I know there's still a bunch of questions, a bunch more information to share. Can't wait to do that in the coming days and weeks. But to begin, I'd like to invite everybody, if you have questions, if you're here at BlizzCon, go to the Dark Moon Fair in
this is
Hall
the
D.
end of it. We don't need to watch the end of this bit.
Right
then.
There.
Right then. That's a nice little refresher course then. Now I feel as if I've kind of like caught up a little bit, refreshed our memory, because of course this was back in what, like November sometime, I think, BlizzCon, I can't remember. But my suspicion is that we are likely to see somewhat imminently. I have no insider news on this, but I would suspect very shortly, soon TM, we will start to see alpha launch, people being able to sort of have a little bit of a look through this. I can categorically say it is unlikely that I will have alpha, at least not straight away. You're not on NDA as well. No, I have full disclosure rights, and I can disclose everything I know, which is nothing. So I'm guessing the same as you guys are. So that, though, boys and girls, I started the stream a little bit late today, but that will be me done for today. You might have heard Doggo in the background complaining that she wants to go out, and it's gone her dinner time. So I'll let you guys be. I'll send you on your way. Raid Towley. We can always raid Towley. Towley's probably an interesting figure. What's he up to at the moment? Let's have a little look. What's he doing right now?
Down here and shit.
Oh, he's playing some classic by the looks of things. Towley's off doing some classic. Who else is online? Is there somebody? Maybe we send you over to Zanzaful. Zan's online. Send you over to Zanzaful. He's probably doing some. He's got to be in Nax, hasn't he? Surely that man lives in Nax. Oh, he's doing Gamba. He's doing some Gamba. Go send Zan some love. Send him some RNG love. Let's do that, shall we? Right, boys and girls, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Given Towley's current stream status, I suspect he knows. I mean, I'm sure he knows. Enjoy the rest of your day. If we get any cool, interesting news or something pops up later, I might throw the stream back up. I like to reserve Wednesday evenings as a day to stream. But I got to sort a few things. I got to get some food in me as well. So if I don't see you, we'll be back again tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. And we'll send you all over to Zan. Make sure to say hi. Let's get this on. Press buttons, press buttons. Yeah, he's doing the Nax farm, isn't he? My dog says goodbye as well, by the way. You can probably hear her. Right, have a good one, boys and girls. Catch you later. Peace.
That is sad.